live stream of Jurassic World Evolution 2. This is part 9, and yeah, so we kind of finished the chaos theory, except these three. But today I think we should do the campaign. Either we do the campaign or finish these chaos theories. I don't know. Let's do the campaign.
As John Hammond realized his vision for Jurassic Park, his competitors began to see the potential of InGen's work. One of their main rivals, Biosyn, looked to close the gap by stealing the advantages that InGen and Dr. Wu had worked so hard to gain. To do this, they would need someone on the inside. So they enlisted a disgruntled computer engineer named Dennis Nedry. A plan was devised to steal InGen's dinosaur embryos, with an inconspicuous canister created to house the precious commodity. Nobody really knows what happened that fateful night. What is certain is that Dennis Nedry and the samples were never seen again. Biosyn had failed. Unfortunately, so too had Hammond's dream. Decades later, businessman Simon Mizrani tried again, this time succeeding in delivering Hammond's vision to the world. Tragically, things didn't go as planned. Biosyn was waiting for its time, and they found it in the aftermath of Jurassic World's downfall. Now, led by Louis Dodgson, a new era was dawning. While we don't know what the future holds, history has a habit of repeating itself.
Okay.
Just look at it. It's beautiful. We are so close to realizing Biosyn's dream, one that InGen could never achieve. Once we get dinosaurs here, it will be perfect.
A perfect display of evolution.
Luck favors the bold. We were prepared. Now we need to finish the job. Give me the latest on the animals.
We're isolated, which makes for a challenging landscape. We are still at a disadvantage until we understand more about this ecosystem and how our new friends will adapt to it.
We need more information and time. The last thing we want is for them to not adapt and die.
Oh, they'll adapt. I believe that. They adapted to 2 parks and a few islands. They're adapting now. They'll be just fine. Just get them here.
I'm not sure we are totally ready to understand everything we need to.
Just get them here. Leave the rest up to Mother Nature. And me.
I guess what they say is true. It's location, location, location.
More than you realize. This is perfect. Keeps us away from the public's prying eyes, and keeps the political do-gooders at arm's length.
To think what InGen had and fumbled away. They never saw the bigger picture.
All dinosaur and zero business.
That is where Biosyn wins. We bring a balance that InGen never understood. We see the whole picture.
Okay. What's our next step? I don't want to waste any time getting this going.
Well, it all starts with a control center.
Remember, it needs to be connected to the Hyperloop network.
All right then. Get started.
Everything's in place for us to get our new research compound constructed.
Great. Then we can focus on getting it operational.
Isaac, update?
Everything's going to plan. We should have the research we need shortly.
Great. Carry on.
You fuck. Okay.
Okay, that did it. We have access to the core facilities research.
Great. Our vision is coming together if each building we get operational.
We just need to ensure we can handle all the dinosaurs when they arrive.
I think we can do that.
It's all starting to come together, just as we envisioned. We are leaving InGen in our dust.
Well, I will give them some credit. They did resurrect the dinosaurs from extinction.
Sure, through a rushed agenda and lazy science. We're doing it right. Their failures were our education. We won't be making the same mistakes Hammond and his team made. InGen always fell in love with their own wonder. They wanted to prove to the world that they could do it. Once they did, they wanted to showcase them as circus freaks and rub our faces in it. They didn't get it. Evolution is not just DNA and frogs. It also happens in business to advance the world. Think of what we will bring to the world. Think of what we will bring to humanity. New medicines, biotechnology, beauty products, you name it, we will own it. I want to see a function.
You know, I read the Mike Crichton's book of Jurassic Park. And you wanna know something? I think it's way better. I'm not gonna lie, I don't hate Jurassic Park, but I mean, the Mike Crichton book was way gorier and more horror built and based, but I don't know. Just wish it was, adapted in film. Like, I'm reading the book right now. Actually, listening to an audiobook. I'm probably going to buy the book too.
Facility. That is the only way we can secure the dinosaur's survival.
Absolutely, we'll get it done.
See that you do. A lot is riding on it.
I recommend reading the book or listening to the audio.
We've been authorized to expand our team, specifically scientists. Look over the candidates and let's add some to our operation.
Hey, I have exciting news. We're closing in on some exclusive biosyn tech. Invisible fencing. It'll secure the animals while removing the traditional man-made constructs that have surrounded their environments.
So, no visible barrier between us and the dinosaurs? That sounds terrifying.
The more these animals believe they are not in cages, the healthier they will be.
Yeah, that will make them easier to care for.
I think we'd better place some research outposts as well. We can observe our animals safely from there.
You know, it's bad enough that dinosaurs never knew what a fence was until we placed them around them. But what if they become dependent on them to feel safe? At least they could see a barrier between us and them. How are they even going to trust their environment with invisible fences? How are they even going to know where they are?
Oh, believe me, they'll feel it if they try to cross one.
Yeah, that. I don't know. Look, it feels like we're messing with them and how comfortable they'll be in their environment.
You're concerned about fences? The dinosaurs never saw a human before either, and that hasn't stopped us.
Which one is better, Mike Crichton book or the Jurassic Park movie? The Mike Crichton book, 100%. I'm gonna keep going off about it. Hmm.
Isaac, we've got an issue. We're in need of more power.
How close are we to maximum output?
Already there. We won't be able to hold much longer.
Then we'll need to research how to get more. Upgraded power stations is the way forward. Let's get to it.
Before we go any further, there's something I want from you. Through my connections, I've arranged for a number of dinosaurs to be delivered here to our facility. They're coming all the way from Isla Sorna, so you'll have some time to prepare for their arrival. I'm confident you won't let me down.
They're going to need enclosures, secure enclosures. Safety is essential for them and us.
And we have to get this right. We don't need another InGen or Mazrani incident.
Absolutely. We will do better.
There's a pen. There's the door for the pen. Probably shouldn't have made it big.
Asset in transit. Delivery complete. Delivery has been completed. Transporting asset. Transit has commenced. Asset has been collected. Asset has been delivered. Asset transportation underway. Asset transportation in progress. Asset transportation complete. Transportation underway. Commencing asset transit. Confirming asset delivery. Asset has been transported. Assets in the air. Asset being transported. Assets in the air. Asset transported. Asset delivery confirmed. Transportation underway.
It looks like the enclosures are ready.
We need to make these habitats as desirable for the dinosaurs as we can.
Asset delivered. Transportation complete.
Ramsey, I've been going through the data, and I think we can make some real progress if we get a research outpost connected to our Hyperloop.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Awesome. Then let's make it happen.
Without proper security, we slip into the same chaos that brought down our rivals. But our ranger team should be capable of maintaining order.
We'll set up the necessary patrols.
Yeah, I don't have to remind you, remote monitoring can only go so far.
Of course. We'll get right on it.
heard the phrase, "You are victims of your own success"? Because, gentlemen, that's where you find yourselves. Both of you.
Not sure I follow.
It means we're doing our job, so we can take on even more.
Whatever the challenge, we're ready.
Okay, we're having
Then welcome to the Biosyn Genetics Research Compound Phase 3. This will allow us to continue expanding our genetic engineering division and take our operations to the next level. Biosyn is counting on you. More importantly, I am counting on you.
We need perfect genetic samples for the best outcome. That is something Biosyn will write a check for.
Yeah, but we're not yet in control. We're dependent on others until we get in a position to send out our own expeditions. And I don't like being unable to control the outcome of something.
Yes, but once this research is done, we'll be able to send out our own expeditions. We should be in a better place around our samples.
If we own and control it, it's better for Biosyn. And you.
Okay, you're ready to build an expedition center.
Don't forget, we'll need a fossil center too.
Understood.
These buildings will put Biosyn at the cutting edge of bioengineering.
My understanding is that we're ready to send out a team?
That's correct.
Good. I want you to start with an amber mining expedition. This valley wasn't chosen by accident. This area is rich with amber. And I intend for Biosyn to exploit that. Insects trapped in prehistoric tree sap. That is what we need.
This is where our dinosaurs begin.
This amber is going to be the time capsule that links us back to the era of the dinosaurs.
It's a window to the past, and worth billions. Ramsey, have our scientists extract what they can from the fossils. That'll increase our genome diversity.
Yes, on it. And what is the end goal of this?
To do the impossible. Again.
There we go. It's been a while since I've seen it. Everyone's sleeping. I like the mist. Everyone's sleeping, so... What?
That's it! We've had a breakthrough. An entirely new genome.
So what you're saying is we've discovered a new dinosaur?
Let me see this.
One we've never seen before?
Sort of. It is incredible, but it's not actually a dinosaur per se. It's a prehistoric synapsid called Dimetrodon.
Huh. Did Hammond have one of these?
I don't believe so.
Perfect. A Biosyn exclusive.
This DNA is only part of the puzzle, though. We still need to build a hatchery and then synthesize this new breed.
Once we've done that, we can incubate and release them.
I can't wait.
Okay, I need to check something. Can I put it in here? That's my question. I gotta make another pen. Okay, another pen must be constructed. But first, I need to go take a break. I'm back. And yes, I'm listening to the Mike Crichton book. There we go. I'm live streaming, but I don't know if I can listen to the audio book and also live stream. I don't know. How are we gonna do this? Hmm?
Thanks in part to your efforts, it's becoming clear that Biosyn will be the home of paleobiology moving forward.
Our future is found in the past.
Ah, I like that. Sure, we've had some difficulties, that was expected, but you handled it well. I think we can now move forward with the next phase of Biosyn. We have a world-class operation. Let's take it global. Biosyn will represent the past, present, and future. So, what do we focus on next?
We focus on upgrading our research compound. That'll give us benefits across the board.
I want a crown jewel. Something we can all be proud of. Do the research. We're shooting for 100% complete dinosaur genomes.
The genetic link between birds and dinosaurs has long been established. Now, with a feathered dinosaur, we can finally have our proof.
Yeah, with a living specimen. It's gonna be incredible. Well, what are we waiting for? Time to get started on the research.
Research of what? Stage 4.
Magnificent. Biosyn is at the brink of excellence. Everything InGen aspired to be, and more.
It is truly something. I just...
Just what?
Well, this is the point InGen thought they had everything in place. Then it all unraveled from there.
Yeah, let me put your fears to rest. I am not Hammond. He was all ego. I am not Masrani and his tech-first approach. We are set up to succeed, and that is what we're going to do.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply it that...
No, I understand what you're trying to say. There is truth in it. But we're in a far better position to succeed because others have failed. Hammond and Masrani both brought tremendous advances to the world.
Yeah.
They just had a narrow vision of it. We do not. We see the whole picture. We see the balance of it. Where there are advancements, there needs to be a business that supports it.
That makes sense.
Look, Biosyn's not just interested in the dinosaurs. They have the potential to provide improvements for all life on this planet. If we don't jump on this opportunity, someone else will. So why not us?
We're looking for research on a very specific animal. If I were to say that its name means Olympus Fire Thief...
A Pyroraptor?
Yes, exactly.
Before we can proceed any further, we'll need to send a team out for Pyroraptor amber samples.
No problem.
It looks like we should be able to achieve a complete, uncompromised genome with the Pyroraptor.
That should make Dodson happy.
Okay.
Stared bleary-eyed at the screens. In the control room, he was searching the computer code. He was exhausted. He'd been working for 12 straight hours. He turned to Wu, who would come up from the lab. Find what? The phones are still out. I can't get them back on. I think Nedry did something to the phones. Wu lifted one phone, heard hissing. Sounds like a modem. But it's not, Arnold said, because I went down into the basement and shut off all the modems. What you're hearing is just white noise that sounds like a modem transmitting. So the phone lines are jammed? Basically, yes. Nedry jammed them very well. He's inserted some kind of a lockout into the program code, and now I can't find it. Because I gave that restore command which erased part of the program listings. But apparently the kind of shut off the phones is still resident in the computer memory. Wu shrugged. So, just reset, shut the system down, and you'll clear memory. I've never done it before, Arnold said, and I'm reluctant to do it. Maybe all the systems will come back up and start up, but maybe they won't. I'm not a computer expert, and neither are you. Not really. And without an open phone line, we can't talk to anybody who is. If the command is RAM resident, it won't show up in the code. You could do a RAM dump and search that, but you don't know what you're searching for. I think all you can do is reset. Gennaro stormed in. We still don't have any telephones. Working on it. You've been working on it since midnight. And Malcolm is worse. He needs medical attention. It means I'll have to shut down, Arnold said. I can't be sure everything will come back on. Gennaro said, look, there's a sick man over in that lodge. He needs a doctor or he'll die. You can't call for a doctor unless you have a phone. 4 people have probably died already. Now shut down and get the phones working. Arnold hesitated. Well, Gennaro said, well, it's just... the safety systems don't allow the computer to be shut down, and then turn the goddamn safety systems off. Can't you get it through your head that he's gonna die unless he gets help? Okay, Arnold said. He got up and went to the main panel. He opened the doors and uncovered the metal swing latches over the safety switches. He popped them off, one after another. You asked for it, Arnold said, and you got it. He threw the master switch. The control room was dark. All the monitors were black. The 3 men stood there in the dark. How long do we have to wait? Gennaro said. 30 seconds, Arnold said. P.U., Lex said as they crossed the field. What? Grant said. That smell, Lex said. It stinks like rotten garbage. Grant hesitated. He stared across the field toward the distant trees, looking for movement. He saw nothing. There was hardly a breeze to stir the branches. It was peaceful and silent in the early morning. I think it's your imagination, he said. If not, then he heard the honking sound. It came from the herd of duck-billed hadrosaurs behind them. First one animal, then another and another, until the whole herd had taken up the honking cry. The duckbills were agitated, twisting and turning, hurrying out of the water, circling the young ones to protect them. They smell it too, Grant thought. With a roar, the tyrannosaur burst from the trees 50 yards away near the lagoon. It rushed out across the open field with huge strides. It ignored them, heading toward the herd of hadrosaurs. I told you, Lex screamed. Nobody listens to me. In the distance, the duckbills were honking and starting to run. Grant could feel the earth shake beneath his feet. Come on, kids. He grabbed Lex, lifting her bodily off the ground, and ran with Tim through the grass. He had glimpses of the tyrannosaur down by the lagoon, lunging at the hadrosaurs, which swung their big tails in defense and honked loudly and continuously. He heard the crashing of foliage and trees, and when he looked over again, the duckbills were charging. In the darkened control room, Arnold checked his watch. 30 seconds. The memory should be cleared by now. He pushed the main power switch back on. Nothing happened. Arnold's stomach heaved. He pushed the switch off, then on again. Still nothing happened. He felt sweat on his brow. What's wrong? Gennaro said. Oh, hell, Arnold said. Then he remembered you had to turn the safety switches back on before you restarted the power. He flipped on the 3 safeties and covered them again with the latch covers. Then he held his breath and turned the main power switch. The room lights came on. The computer beeped. The screens hummed. Thank God, Arnold said. He hurried to the main monitor. Below the heading Jurassic Park System Startup, there were rows of labels on the screen. Gennaro reached for the phone, but it was dead. No static hissing this time, just nothing at all. What's this? Give me a second, Arnold said. After a reset, all the system modules have to be brought online manually. Quickly, he went back to work. Why manually? Gennaro said. Will you just let me work, for Christ's sake? Wu said, the system is not intended to ever shut down, so if it does shut down, it assumes that there is a problem somewhere. It requires you to start up everything manually. Otherwise, if there were a short somewhere, the system would start up, short out, start up again, short out again, in an endless cycle. Okay, Arnold said, we're going. Gennaro picked up the phone and started to dial when he suddenly stopped. Jesus, look at that, he said. He pointed to one of the video monitors, but Arnold wasn't listening. He was staring at the map, where a tight cluster of dots by the lagoon had started to move in a coordinated way, moving fast, in a kind of swirl. What's happening? Gennaro said. The duckbills, Arnold said tonelessly. They've stampeded. The duckbills charged with surprising speed, their enormous bodies in a tight cluster, honking and roaring, the infants squealing and trying to stay out from underfoot. The herd raised a great cloud of yellow dust. Grant couldn't see the tyrannosaur. The duckbills were running right toward them. Still carrying Lex, he ran with Tim toward a rocky outcrop with a stand of big conifers. They ran hard, feeling the ground shake beneath their feet. The sound of the approaching herd was deafening, like the sound of jets at an airport. It filled the air and hurt their ears. Lex was shouting something, but he couldn't hear what she was saying, and as they scrambled onto the rocks, the herd closed in around them. Grant saw the immense legs of the first hadrosaurs that charged past, each animal weighing 5 tons, and then they were enveloped in a cloud so dense he could see nothing at all. He had the impression of huge bodies, giant limbs, bellowing cries of pain, as the animals wheeled and circled. One duckbill struck a boulder, and it rolled past them, out into the field beyond. In the dense cloud of dust, they could see almost nothing beyond the rocks. They clung to the boulders, listening to the screams and honks, the menacing roar of the tyrannosaur. Lex dug her fingers into Grant's shoulder. Another hadrosaur slammed its big tail against the rocks, leaving a splash of hot blood. Grant waited until the sounds of the fighting had moved off to the left, and then he pushed the kids to start climbing the largest tree. They climbed swiftly, feeling for the branches as the animals stampeded all around them in the dust. They went up 20 feet, and then Lex clutched at Grant and refused to go farther. Tim was tired too, and Grant thought they were high enough. Through the dust, they could see the broad backs of the animals below as they wheeled and honked. Grant propped himself against the coarse bark of the trunk, coughed in the dust, closed his eyes, and waited. Arnold adjusted the camera as the herd moved away. The dust slowly cleared. He saw that the hadrosaurs had scattered, and the Tyrannosaur had stopped running, which could only mean it had made a kill. The Tyrannosaur was now near the lagoon. Arnold looked at the video monitor and said, "Better get Muldoon to go out there and see how bad it is." "I'll get him," Gennaro said, and left the room. The park. A faint crackling sound, like a fire in a fireplace. Something warm and wet tickled Grant's ankle. He opened his eyes and saw an enormous beige head. The head tapered to a flat mouth, shaped like the bill of a duck. The eyes, protruding above the flat duckbill, were gentle and soft like a cow's. The duck mouth opened and chewed branches on the limb where Grant was sitting. He saw large, flat teeth in the cheek. The warm lips touched his ankle again as the animal chewed. A duck-billed hadrosaur. He would...
That's no good. The fuck? Tell me any chance they got, they could literally escape. Oh my god, oh god, no. I see the problem here. I better hope that I do not fuck up. Literally. Because the moment the power is out, they can leave. Murder thousands. Interesting. Let's hit play on the...
touched his ankle again as the animal chewed. A duck-billed hadrosaur. He was astonished to see it up close. Not that he was afraid. All the species of duck-billed dinosaurs were herbivorous, and this one acted exactly like a cow. Even though it was huge, its manner was so calm and peaceful, Grant didn't feel threatened. He stayed where he was on the branch, careful not to move, and watched as it ate. The reason Grant was astonished was that he had a proprietary feeling about this animal. It was probably a myosaur from the late Cretaceous in Montana. With John Horner, Grant had been the first to describe the species. Myosaurs had an upcurved lip, which gave them the appearance of smiling. The name meant good mother lizard. Myosaurs were thought to protect their eggs until the babies were born and could take care of themselves. Grant heard an insistent chirping and the big head swung down. He moved just enough to see the baby hadrosaur scampering around the feet of the adult. The baby was dark beige with black spots. The adult bent her head low to the ground and waited, unmoving, while the baby stood up on its hind legs, resting its front legs on the mother's jaw, and ate the branches that protruded from the side of the mother's mouth. The mother waited patiently until the baby had finished eating and dropped back down to all fours again. Then the big head came back up toward Grant. The hadrosaur continued to eat just a few feet from him. Grant looked at the two elongated air holes on top of the flat upper bill. Apparently the dinosaur couldn't smell Grant. And even though the left eye was looking right at him, for some reason the hadrosaur didn't react to him. He remembered how the Tyrannosaur had failed to see him the previous night. Grant decided on an experiment. He coughed. Instantly the hadrosaur froze, the big head suddenly still, the jaws no longer chewing. Only the eye moved, looking for the source of the sound. Then after a moment, when there seemed to be no danger, the animal resumed chewing. Amazing, Grant thought. Sitting in his arms, Lex opened her eyes and said, "Hey, what's that?" The hadrosaur trumpeted in alarm, a loud, resonant honk that so startled Lex that she nearly fell out of the tree. The hadrosaur pulled its head away from the branch and trumpeted again. "Don't make her mad," Tim said from the branch above. The baby chirped and scurried beneath the mother's legs as the hadrosaur stepped away from the tree. The mother cocked her head and peered inquisitively at the branch where Grant and Lex were sitting. With its upturned, smiling lips, the dinosaur had a comical appearance. "Is it dumb?" Lex said. "No," Grant said. "You just surprised her." Well, Lex said, is she gonna let us get down or what? The hadrosaur had backed 10 feet away from the tree. She honked again. Grant had the impression she was trying to frighten them away. But the dinosaur didn't really seem to know what to do. She acted confused and uneasy. They waited in silence, and after a minute the hadrosaur approached the branch again, jaws moving in anticipation. She was clearly going to resume eating. Forget it, Lex said. I'm not staying here. She started to climb down the branches. At her movement, the hadrosaur trumpeted in fresh alarm. He thought, it really can't see us when we don't move. And after a minute, it literally forgets that we're here. This was just like the Tyrannosaur, another classic example of an amphibian visual cortex. Studies of frogs had shown that amphibians only saw moving things like insects. If something didn't move, they literally didn't see it. The same thing seemed to be true of dinosaurs. In any case, the Maiasaur now seemed to find these strange creatures climbing down the tree too upsetting. With a final honk, she nudged her baby and lumbered slowly away. She paused once and looked back at them, then continued on. They reached the ground. Lex shook herself off. Both children were covered in a layer of fine dust. All around them, the grass had been flattened. There were streaks of blood and a sour smell. Grant looked at his watch. We better get going, kids, he said. Not me, Lex said. I'm not walking out there anymore. We have to. Why? Because, Grant said, we have to tell them about the boat. Since they can't seem to see us on the motion sensors, we have to go all the way back ourselves. It's the only way. Why can't we take the raft? Tim said. What raft? Tim pointed to the low concrete maintenance building with the bars where they had spent the night. It was 20 yards away across the field. I saw a raft back there, he said. Grant immediately understood the advantages. It was now 7 o'clock in the morning. They had at least 8 miles to go. If they could take a raft along the river, they would make much faster progress than going overland. Let's do it, Grant said. Arnold punched the visual search mode and watched as the monitors began to scan throughout the park, the images changing every 2 seconds. It was tiring to watch, but it was the fastest way to find Nedry's Jeep, and Muldoon had been adamant about that. He'd gone out with Gennaro to look at the stampede, but now that it was daylight, he wanted the car found. He wanted the weapons. His intercom clicked. Mr. Arnold, may I have a word with you, please? It was Hammond. He sounded like the voice of God. You want to come here, Mr. Hammond? No, Mr. Arnold, Hammond said. Come to me. I'm in the genetics lab with Dr. Wu. We'll be waiting for you. Arnold sighed and stepped away from the screens. Grant stumbled deep in the gloomy recesses of the building. He pushed past 5-gallon containers of herbicide, tree pruning equipment, spare tires for a Jeep, coils of cyclone fencing, 100-pound fertilizer bags, stacks of brown ceramic insulators, empty motor oil cans, work lights, and cables. I don't see any raft. Keep going. Bags of cement, lengths of copper pipe, green mesh, and 2 plastic oars hung on clips on the concrete wall. Okay, he said, but where's the raft? It must be here somewhere, Jim said. You never saw a raft? No, I just assumed it was here. Poking among the junk, Grant found no raft. But he did find a set of plans rolled up and speckled with mold from humidity, stuck back in a metal cabinet on the wall. He spread the plans on the floor, brushing away a big spider. He looked at them for a long time. I'm hungry. Just a minute. Confirmed. They were detailed topographical charts for the main area of the island where they now were. According to this, the lagoon narrowed into the river they had seen earlier, which twisted northward, right through the aviary, and on to within a half-mile of the visitor lodge. He flipped back through the pages. How to get to the lagoon? According to the plans, there should be a door at the back of the building they were in. Grant looked up and saw it, recessed back in the concrete wall. The door was wide enough for a car. Opening it, he saw a paved road running straight down toward the lagoon. The road was dug below ground level, so it couldn't be seen from above. Must be another service road. And it led to a dock at the edge of the lagoon. And clearly stenciled on the dock was raft storage. Hey, Tim said, look at this. He held out a metal case to Grant. Opening it, Grant found a compressed air pistol and a cloth belt that held darts. There were 6 darts in all, each as thick as his finger, labeled Moro 709. Good work, Tim. He slung the belt around his shoulder and stuck the gun in his trousers. Is it a tranquilizer gun? I'd say so. What about the boat? Lex said. I think it's on the dock, Grant said. They started down the road. Grant carried the oars on his shoulder. I hope it's a big raft, Lex said, because I can't swim. Don't worry, he said. Maybe we can catch some fish, she said. They walked down the road with a sloping embankment rising up on both sides of them. They heard a deep, rhythmic snorting sound, but Grant could not see where it was coming from. Are you sure there's a raft down here? Lex said, wrinkling her nose. Probably, Grant said. The rhythmic snorting became louder as they walked, but they also heard a steady droning, buzzing sound. When they reached the end of the road, at the edge of the small concrete dock, Grant froze in shock. The Tyrannosaur was right there. It was sitting upright in the shade of a tree, its hind legs stretched out in front. Its eyes were open, but it was not moving, except for its head, which lifted and fell gently with each snorting sound. The buzzing came from the clouds of flies that surrounded it, crawling over its face and slack jaws, its bloody fangs, and the red haunch of a killed hadrosaur that lay on its side behind the Tyrannosaur. The Tyrannosaur was only 20 yards away. Grant felt sure it must have seen him, but the big animal did not respond. It just sat there. It took him a moment to realize. The Tyrannosaur was asleep. Sitting up, but asleep. He signaled to Tim and Lex to stay where they were. Grant walked slowly forward onto the dock in full view of the Tyrannosaur. The big animal continued to sleep, snoring softly. Near the end of the dock, a wooden shed was painted green to blend with the foliage. Grant quietly unlatched the door and looked inside. He saw a half-dozen orange life vests hanging on the wall, several rolls of wire mesh fencing, some coils of rope, and 2 big rubber cubes sitting on the floor. The cubes were strapped tight with flat rubber belts. Rafts. He looked back at Lex. She mouthed, "No boat." He nodded, "Yes." The Tyrannosaur raised its forelimb to swipe at the flies buzzing around its snout, but otherwise it did not move. Grant pulled one of the cubes out onto the dock. It was surprisingly heavy. He freed the straps, found the inflation cylinder. With a loud hiss, the rubber began to expand, and then with a hiss whap, it popped fully open on the dock. The sound was fearfully loud in their ears. Grant turned, stared up at the dinosaur. The Tyrannosaur grunted and snorted. It began to move. Grant braced himself to run, but the animal shifted its ponderous bulk, and then it settled back against the tree trunk and gave a long, growling belch. Lex looked disgusted, waving her hand in front of her face. Grant was soaked in sweat from the tension. He dragged the rubber raft across the dock. It flopped into the water with a loud splash. The dinosaur continued to sleep. Grant tied the boat up to the dock and returned to the shed to take out 2 life preservers. He put these in the boat and then waved for the kids to come out onto the dock. Pale with fear, Lex waved back, "No." He gestured, "Yes." The Tyrannosaur continued to sleep. Grant stabbed in the air with an emphatic finger. Lex came silently, and he gestured for her to get into the raft. Then Tim got in, and they both put on their life vests. Grant got in and pushed off. The raft drifted silently out into the lagoon. Grant picked up his paddles and fitted them into the oarlocks. They moved farther from the dock. Lex sat back and sighed loudly with relief. Then she looked stricken and put her hand over her mouth. Her body shook with muffled sounds. She was suppressing a cough. She always coughed at the wrong times. "Lex," Tim whispered fiercely, looking back toward the shore. She shook her head miserably and pointed to her throat. He knew what she meant, a tickle in her throat. What she needed was a drink of water. Grant was rowing, and Tim leaned over the side of the raft and scooped his hand in the lagoon, holding his cupped hand toward her. Lex coughed loudly, explosively. In Tim's ears, the sound echoed across the water like a gunshot. The Tyrannosaur yawned lazily and scratched behind its ear with his hind foot, just like a dog. It yawned again. It was groggy after its big meal, and it woke up slowly. On the boat, Lex was making little gargling sounds. Lex, shut up, Tim said. I can't help it, she whispered, and then she coughed again. Grant rowed hard, moving the raft powerfully into the center of the lagoon. On the shore, the Tyrannosaur stumbled to its feet. I couldn't help it, Timmy, Lex shrieked miserably. I couldn't help it! Shh! Grant was rowing as fast as he could. Anyway, it doesn't matter, she said. We're far enough away, he can't swim. Of course he can swim, you little idiot, Tim shouted at her. On the shore, the Tyrannosaur stepped off the dock and plunged into the water. It moved strongly into the lagoon after them. Well, how should I know, she said. Everybody knows Tyrannosaurs can swim. It's in all the books. Anyway, all reptiles can swim. Snakes can't. Of course snakes can, you idiot. Settle down, Grant said. Hold on to something. Grant was watching the Tyrannosaur, noticing how the animal swam. The Tyrannosaur was now chest deep in the water, but it could hold its big head high above the surface. Then Grant realized the animal wasn't swimming. It was walking. Because moments later, only the very top of the head, the eyes and nostrils, protruded above the surface. By then, it looked like a crocodile, and it swam like a crocodile, swinging its big tail back and forth, so the water churned behind it. Behind the head, Grant saw the hump of the back and the ridges along the lengthened tail as it occasionally broke the surface. Exactly like a crocodile, he thought unhappily. The biggest crocodile in the world. I'm sorry, Dr. Grant, Lex wailed. I didn't mean it. Grant glanced over his shoulder. The lagoon was no more than 100 yards wide here, and they'd almost reached the center. If he continued, the water would become shallow again. The Tyrannosaur would be able to walk again, and he would move faster in shallow water. Grant swung the boat around and began to row north. What are you doing? The Tyrannosaur was now just a few yards away. Grant could hear its sharp, snorting breaths as it came closer. Grant looked at the paddles in his hands, but they were light plastic, not weapons at all. The Tyrannosaur threw its head back and opened its jaws wide, showing rows of curved teeth. And then, in a great muscular spasm, lunged forward to the raft, just missing the rubber gunnel. The huge skull slapping down, the raft rocking away on the crest of the splash. The Tyrannosaur sank below the surface, leaving gurgling bubbles. The lagoon was still. Lex gripped the gunnel handles and looked back. Did he drown? No, Grant said. He saw bubbles, then a faint ripple along the surface, coming toward the boat. Hang on, he shouted, as the head bucked up beneath the rubber, bending the boat and lifting it into the air, spinning them crazily before it splashed down again. Do something, Alexis screamed. Do something! Grant pulled the air pistol out of his belt. It looked pitifully small in his hands, but there was the animal in a sensitive spot, in the eye or the nose. The Tyrannosaur surface beside the boat opened its jaws and roared. Grant aimed and fired. The dart flashed in the light and smacked into the cheek. The Tyrannosaur shook its head and roared again. And suddenly they heard an answering roar floating across the water toward them. Looking back, Grant saw the juvenile T-Rex on the shore, crouched over the killed sauropod, claiming the kill as its own. The juvenile slashed at the carcass, then raised its head high and bellowed. The big Tyrannosaur saw it too, and the response was immediate. It turned back to protect its kill, swimming strongly toward the shore. He's going away, Lex squealed, clapping her hands. He's going away! Na 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 na, stupid dinosaur! From the shore, the juvenile roared defiantly. Enraged, the big Tyrannosaur burst from the lagoon at full speed, water streaming from its enormous body, as it raced up the hill past the dock. The juvenile ducked its head and fled, its jaws still filled with ragged flesh. The big Tyrannosaur chased it, racing past the dead sauropod, disappearing over the hill. They heard its final threatening bellow, and then the raft moved to the north, around a bend in the lagoon, to the river. Exhausted from rowing, Grant collapsed back, his chest heaving. He couldn't catch his breath. He lay gasping in the raft. Are you okay, Dr. Grant? Lex asked. From now on, will you just do what I tell you? Okay, she sighed, as if he had just made the most unreasonable demand in the world. She trailed her arm in the water for a while. You stopped rowing, she said. I'm tired, Grant said. Then how come we're still moving? Grant sat up. She was right. The raft drifted steadily north. There must be a current. The current was carrying them north toward the hotel. He looked at his watch and was astonished to see it was 15 minutes past 7. Only 15 minutes had passed since he had last looked at his watch. It seemed like 2 hours. Grant lay back against the rubber gunnels, closed his eyes, and slept. 5th iteration. Flaws in the system will now become severe. Ian Malcolm. Search. Gennaro sat in the Jeep and listened to the buzzing of the flies and stared at the distant palm trees wavering in the heat. He was astonished by what looked like a battleground. The grass was trampled flat for 100 yards in every direction. One big palm tree was uprooted from the ground. There were great washes of blood in the grass and on the rocky outcropping to their right. No doubt about it. Rexy's been among the hadrosaurs. He took another drink of whiskey and capped the bottle. Damn lot of flies, he said. They waited and watched. Gennaro drummed his fingers on the dashboard. What are we waiting for? Muldoon didn't answer immediately. The Rex is out there somewhere, he said, squinting at the landscape in the morning sun. And we don't have any weapons worth a damn. We're in a Jeep. Oh, we can outrun the Jeep, Mr. Gennaro, Muldoon said, shaking his head. Once we leave this road and go onto open terrain, the best we can do in a four-wheel drive is 30, 40 miles an hour. You'll run us right down, no problem for it. Muldoon sighed. I don't see much moving out there now. You ready to live dangerously? Sure, Gennaro said. Muldoon started the engine, and at the sudden sound, 2 small offs leapt up from the matted grass directly ahead. Muldoon put the car in gear. He drove in a wide circle around the trampled site, and then moved inward, driving in decreasing, concentric circles until he finally came to the place in the field where the little Offnelians had been. Then he got out and walked forward in the grass away from the Jeep. He stopped as a dense cloud of flies lifted into the air. What is it? Gennaro called. Bring the radio, Muldoon said. Gennaro climbed out of the Jeep and hurried forward. Even from a distance, he could smell the sour, sweet odor of early decay. He saw a dark shape in the grass, crusted with blood, legs askew. Young hadrosaur, Muldoon said, staring down at the carcass. The whole herd stampeded, and the young one got separated, and the T-Rex brought it down. How do you know? Gennaro said. The flesh was ragged from many bites. You can tell from the excreta, Muldoon said. See those chalky white bits there in the grass? That's hadrospore. Uric acid makes it white. But you look there, he pointed to a large mound rising knee-high in the grass. That's tyrannosaur spore. How do you know the tyrannosaur didn't come later? The bite pattern, Muldoon said. See those little ones there? He pointed along the belly. Those are from the Othies. Those bites haven't bled. They're post-mortem from scavengers. Othies did that. But the hadro was brought down by a bite on the neck. You see the big slash there, above the shoulder blades? That's the T-Rex, no question. Gennaro bent over the carcass, staring at the awkward, trampled limbs with a sense of unreality. Beside him, Muldoon flicked on his radio. Control? Yes, John Arnold said over the radio. We got another hadro dead. Juvenile. Muldoon bent down among the flies and checked the skin on the sole of the right foot. A number was tattooed there. Specimen is number HD-09. The radio crackled. I've got something for you, Arnold said. Oh? What's that? I found Nedry. The Jeep burst through the line of palm trees along the east road and came out into a narrower service road leading toward the Jungle River. It was hot in this area of the park, the jungle close and fetid around them. Muldoon was fiddling with a computer monitor in the Jeep, which now showed a map of the resort with overlaid grid lines. They found him up on remote video, he said. Sector 1104 is just ahead. Farther up the road, Gennaro saw a concrete
I think with a little
barrier,
research,
and
we
the
should be
Jeep
able to get a
parked
batch of
alongside it.
Power Raptors ready
He
for
must have taken
release.
a wrong turn off, Muldoon
All right
said,
then,
the little
let's get a
bastard.
team on it.
What did he take?
It may not be
Gennaro
easy,
asked.
but it
Who
is
says 15
necessary.
embryos?
Can you
Know what that's
imagine
worth?
what would have happened
Gennaro
already to
shook
this
his head.
facility without us
Somewhere
being
between
here?
2 and 10 million, Muldoon
I'd
said.
rather not.
He shook his head.
Me either,
Big
so let's
stakes.
stay on task. Biosyn needs us, and the dinosaurs need us even more.
The Pyroraptors are going to require an enclosure.
Let's try and make it as suitable as we can for them. The last thing we need is for these animals to be irritated.
The compies found him. A dozen Procompsognathids, delicate little predators no larger than ducks, stood at the edge of the jungle, chittering excitedly as the men climbed out of the car. Dennis Nedry lay on his back, the chubby boyish face now red and bloated. Flies buzzed around the gaping mouth and thick tongue. His body was mangled, the intestines torn open, one leg chewed through. Gennaro turned away quickly to look at the little compies which squatted on their hind legs a short distance away and watched the men curiously. The little dinosaurs had 5-fingered hands, he noticed. They wiped their faces and chins, giving them an eerily human quality which, I'll be damned, Muldoon said. Wasn't the compies? What? Muldoon was shaking his head. See these blotches on his shirt and face? Smell that sweet smell like old dried vomit? Gennaro rolled his eyes. He smelled it. Stillo saliva, Muldoon said. Spit from the Dilophosaurus. You see the damage on the corneas? All that redness? In the eyes, it's painful, but not fatal. You've got about 2 hours to wash it out with the antivenin. We keep it all around the park, just in case. Not that it mattered to this bastard. They blinded him, then ripped him down the middle. Not a nice way to go. Maybe there's justice in the world after all. The Procompsognathids squeaked and hopped up and down as Muldoon opened the back door and took out gray metal tubing in a stainless steel case. It's all still there, he said. He handed 2 dark cylinders to Gennaro. What are these? Gennaro said. Just what they look like, Muldoon said. Rockets. As Gennaro backed away, he said, watch it. You don't want to step in something. Gennaro stepped carefully over Nedry's body. Muldoon carried the tubing to the other jeep and placed it in the back. He climbed behind the wheel. Let's get the wheel. Let's go. What about him? Gennaro said, pointing to the body. What about him? Muldoon said. We've got things to do. He put the car in gear. Looking back, Gennaro saw the compies resume their feeding. One jumped up and squatted on Nedry's open mouth as it nibbled the flesh of his nose. The jungle river became narrower. The banks closed in on both sides until the trees and foliage overhanging the banks met high above to block out the sun. Tim heard the cry of birds and saw small chirping dinosaurs leaping among the branches. But mostly it was silent, the air hot and still beneath the canopy of trees. Grant looked at his watch. It was 8 o'clock. They drifted along peacefully among dappled patches of light. If anything, they seemed to be moving faster than before. Awake now, Grant lay back and stared up at the branches overhead. In the bow, he saw Lex reaching up. Hey, what are you doing? He said. You think we can eat these berries? She pointed to the trees. Some of the overhanging branches were close enough to touch. Tim saw clusters of bright red berries on the branches. No, Grant said. Why, those little dinosaurs are eating them. He pointed to small dinosaurs scampering in the branches. No, Lex. She sighed, dissatisfied with his authority. I wish Daddy was here, she said. Daddy always knows what to do. What are you talking about, Tim said. He never knows what to do. Yes, he does. She sighed. Lex stared at the trees as they slid past, their big roots twisting toward the water's edge. It's because you're not his favorite. Tim turned away, said nothing. But don't worry. Daddy likes you, too, even if you're into computers and not sports. Dad's a real sports nut, Tim explained to Grant. Grant nodded. Up in the branches, small, pale yellow dinosaurs, barely 2 feet tall, hopped from tree to tree. They had beaky heads like parrots. You know what they call those? Tim said. Microceratops. Big deal, Lex said. I thought you might be interested. Only very young boys, she said, are interested in dinosaurs. Says who? Dad. Tim started to yell. He said, shut up. Why? Lex said. I can do what I want if I... Then she fell silent, because she heard
I'm going to need your help. Some of my operatives managed to obtain dinosaurs from Isla Nublar, and now I think it's the right time to bring them here. We can accommodate them, right?
Because we don't don't see him here.
Because I really don't want to let this
They were
opportunity...
back at the sauropod compound, looking at grass where the hadrosaurs had stampeded. The tyrannosaur was nowhere to be found. Checking now, Arnold said and clicked off. Muldoon turned to Gennaro. Checking now, he repeated sarcastically. Why the hell didn't he check before? Why didn't he keep track of him? I don't know, Gennaro said. He's not showing up, Arnold said a moment later. What do you mean he's not showing up? He's not on the monitors. Motion sensors aren't finding him. Hell, Muldoon said. So much for the motion sensors. You see Grant and the kids? Motion sensors aren't finding them either. Well, what are we supposed to do now? Muldoon said. Wait, Arnold said. Look! Look! Directly ahead, the big dome of the aviary rose above them. Grant had seen it only from a distance. Now he realized it was enormous, a quarter of a mile in diameter or more. The pattern of geodesic struts shone dully through the light mist, and his first thought was that the glass must weigh a ton. Then as they came closer, he saw there wasn't any glass, just struts. A thin mesh hung inside the elements. It isn't finished, Lex said. I think it's meant to be open like that, Grant said. Then all the birds can fly out. Not if they're big birds, Grant said. The river carried them beneath the edge of the dome. They stared upward. Now they were inside the dome, still drifting down the river. But within minutes, the dome was so high above them that it was hardly visible in the mist. Grant said, I seem to remember there's a second lodge here. Moments later, he saw the roof of the building over the tops of the trees to the north. You want to stop? Tim said. Maybe there's a phone, or motion sensors. Grant steered toward the shore. We need to try to contact the control room. It's getting late. They clambered out, slipping on the muddy bank, and Grant hauled the raft out of the water. Then he tied the rope to a tree, and they set off through a dense forest of palm trees. Aviary. I just don't understand, John Arnold said, speaking into the phone. I don't see the Rex, and I don't see Grant and the kids anywhere either. He sat in front of the consoles and gulped another cup of coffee. All around him, the control room was strewn with paper plates and half-eaten sandwiches. Arnold was exhausted. It was 8 a.m. on Saturday. In the 14 hours since Nedry destroyed the computer that ran Jurassic Park, Arnold had patiently pulled systems back online, one after another. All the park systems are back and functioning correctly. The phones are working. I've called for a doctor for you. On the other end of the line, Malcolm coughed. Arnold was talking to him in his room at the lodge. But you're having trouble with the motion sensors? Well, I'm not finding what I'm looking for. Like the Rex? He's not reading at all now. About 20 minutes ago, following along the edge of the lagoon, and then I lost him. I don't know why. Unless he's gone to sleep again. And you can't find Grant and the kids? No. I think it's quite simple, Malcolm said. The motion sensors cover an inadequate area. Inadequate? Arnold bristled. They cover 92% of the land area, I remember, Malcolm said. But if you put the remaining areas up on the board, I think you'll find that the 8% is topologically unified, meaning that those areas are contiguous. In essence, an animal can move freely anywhere in the park and escape detection by following a maintenance road or the jungle river or the beaches or whatever. Even if that were so, Arnold said, the animals are too stupid to know that. It's not clear how stupid the animals are, Malcolm said. You think that's what Grant and the kids are doing? Arnold said. Definitely not. Definitely not, Malcolm said, coughing again. Grant's no fool. He clearly wants to be detected by you. He and the kids are probably waving at every motion sensor in sight. But maybe they have other problems we don't know about. Or maybe they're on the river. I can't imagine they'd be on the river. The banks are very narrow. It's impossible to walk along there. Would the river bring them all the way back here? Yes, but it's not the safest way to go, because it passes through the aviary. Why wasn't the aviary on the tour? Malcolm said. We've had problems setting it up. Originally, the park was intended to have a treetop lodge built high above the ground where visitors could observe the pterodactyls at flight level. We've got 4 dactyls in the aviary now. Actually, they're pterodactyls, which are big fish-eating dactyls. What about them? Well, while we finished the lodge, we put the dactyls in the aviary to acclimate them. That was a big mistake. It turns out our fish hunters are territorial. Territorial? Fiercely territorial, Arnold said. They fight among themselves for territory, and they'll attack any other animal that comes into the area they've marked out. Attack? It's impressive, Arnold said. The dactyls glide to the top of the aviary, fold up their wings, and dive. The 30-pound animal will strike a man on the ground like a ton of bricks. They were knocking the workmen unconscious, cutting them up pretty badly. That doesn't injure the dactyls? Not so far. So if those kids are in the aviary, they're not, Arnold said. At least I hope they're not. Is that the lodge? Lex said. What a dump. Beneath the aviary dome, Terratop's lodge was built high above the ground on big wooden pylons in the middle of a stand of fir trees. But the building was unfinished and unpainted. The windows were boarded up. The trees and the lodge were splattered with broad white streaks. I guess they didn't finish it for some reason, Grant said, hiding his disappointment. He glanced at his watch. Come on, let's go back to the boat. The sun came out as they walked along, making the morning more cheerful. Grant looked at the latticework shadows on the ground from the dome above. He noticed that the ground and the foliage were spattered with broad streaks of the same white chalky substance that had been on the building. And there was a distinctive sour odor in the morning air. Stinks here, Lex said. What's all that white stuff? Looks like reptile droppings, probably from the birds. How come they didn't finish the lodge? I don't know. They entered a clearing of low grass dotted with wildflowers. They heard a long, low whistle, then an answering whistle from across the forest. What's that? I don't know. Grant saw the dark shadow of a cloud on the grassy field ahead. The shadow was moving fast. In moments it had swept over them. He looked up and saw an enormous dark shape gliding above them, blotting out the sun. Yow, Lex said. Is it a pterodactyl? Yes, Tim said. Grant didn't answer. He was entranced by the sight of the huge flying creature. In the sky above, the pterodactyl gave a low whistle
Commencing
and
asset
wheeled
transit.
gracefully, turning back toward them. How come they're not on the tour? Tim said. Grant was wondering the same thing. The flying dinosaurs were so beautiful, so graceful as they moved through the air. As Grant watched, he saw a second pterodactyl appear in the sky, and a third, and a fourth. Maybe because they didn't finish the lodge, Lex said. Grant was thinking these weren't ordinary pterodactyls. They were too large. Pterodactyls, big flying reptiles from the early Cretaceous. When they were high, these looked like small airplanes.
Asset
When they
transported.
came lower, he could see the animals
Asset
had
delivered.
15-foot wingspans, furry bodies, and heads like crocodiles. They ate fish, he remembered. South America and Mexico. Lex
Asset in
shaded her eyes
transit.
and looked up at the sky.
Can they hurt us?
I don't think so. They eat fish. One of the dactyls spiraled down, a flashing dark shadow that whooshed past them with a rush of warm air and a lingering sour odor. Wow, Lex said. They're really big. And then she said, are you sure they can't hurt us? Pretty sure. A second dactyl swooped down, moving faster than the first. It came from behind, streaked over their heads. Grant had a glimpse of its toothy beak and the furry body. It looked like a huge bat, he thought. But Grant was impressed with the frail appearance of the animals. Their huge wingspans, the delicate pink membranes stretched across them, so thin they were translucent, everything reinforced the delicacy of the dactyls. Ow! Your hair. He bit me! He what? Grant said. He bit me! He bit me! When she took her hand away, he saw blood on her fingers. Up in the sky, two more dactyls folded their wings, collapsing into small,
Asset
dark
delivery
shapes that
confirmed.
plummeted toward the ground. They made a kind of scream as they hurtled downward. Come on, Grant said, grabbing their hands. They ran across the meadow, hearing the approaching scream, and he flung himself on the ground at the last moment, pulling the kids down with him, as the two dactyls whistled and squeaked past them, flapping their wings. Grant felt claws tear the shirt
Asset
along his back.
transportation in progress.
Then he was up, pulling Lex back onto her feet and running with Tim a few feet forward, while overhead two more birds wheeled and dove toward them, screaming.
Transportation
At the
complete.
last moment, he pushed the kids to the ground, and the big turned back and saw that one of the dactyls had grabbed her by the shoulders with its hind claws. The animal's huge, leathery wings, translucent in the sunlight, flapped broadly on both sides of her. The dactyl was trying to take off, but Lex was too heavy, and while it struggled, it repeatedly jabbed at her head with its long, pointed jaw. Lex was screaming, waving her arms wildly. Grant did the only thing he could think to do. He ran forward and jumped up, throwing himself against the body of the dactyl. He knocked it onto its back on the ground and fell on top of the furry body. The animal screamed and snapped. Grant ducked his head away from the jaws and pushed back as the giant wings beat around his body. It was like being in a tent in a windstorm. He couldn't see, he couldn't hear. There was nothing but the flapping and shrieking and the leathery membranes. The clawed legs scratched frantically at his chest. Lex was screaming. Grant pushed away from the dactyl, and it squeaked and gibbered as it flapped its wings and struggled to turn over to right itself. Finally, it pulled in its wings like a bat and rolled over, lifted itself up on its little wing claws, and began to walk that way. He paused, astonished. It could walk on its wings. Lederer's speculation was right. But then the other dactyls were diving down at them, and Grant was...
This is what I was afraid of.
And in horror,
There is a disease spreading through our population. This is what happens when you push too far.
We'd better start researching a cure and do it like yesterday.
Do what you have.
The other dactyls immediately climbed and chased the first into the sky. The fourth dactyl flapped awkwardly into the air to join the others. Grant looked upward, squinting to see what had happened. The three dactyls chased the first, screaming angrily. They were alone in the field. What happened? Grant said. They got
Give me a
Michael.
sec, I got a notification. Notifications, gonna have to stop for a sec. Okay, so they're sick, they're dying. I diagnosed all of it, right? Let me share the live stream. To a friend. Okay, so shit, bruh. Okay. What the fuck do they have, by any chance? Just gonna check this guy out. Can you diagnose them? Thank you.
Have to, and do it quickly. We could have a full-scale disaster on our hands if we're not careful.
Oh, bruh, I already have the cure. Okay, so our diagnosed animals are, they're doing okay. Can we have the T-Rex? Yeah, está como, let's have the T-Rex. Wait, give me a sec.
Dactyls chased the first, screaming angrily. They were alone in the field. What happened? Grant said. They got my glove, Lex said. My Daryl Strawberry Special. They started walking again. Tim put his arm around her shoulders. Are you all right? Of course, stupid, she said, shaking him off. She looked upward. I hope they choke and die, she said. Yeah, Tim said. Me too. Are you all right? Of course, stupid, she said, shaking him off.
Now we are really getting somewhere.
They choke it.
This is the biosyn I'd always envisioned.
I'm pleased to report that our biodiversity is solid. The facility can support a range of animals.
That means all of our... well, biosyn's dinosaurs are in play.
We could not be in a better position. But it leads me to think...
Think about what?
Don't we owe it to the world to bring more to the table? Every new species presents biosyn with new possibilities. Medicine, materials, mathematics. We are just scratching the surface. But I am an impatient man. I want to show the world our full potential, and I want to do so now. That is the only way we destroy InGen. I want them to be a distant memory. Right now, I want more species. As fast as you can make them. Don't pepper me with excuses on why not. I need ways to make this a reality.
With all due respect, there is a risk to everything we do. The more species we bring back, the more complex of a biosphere we have to manage. We can only push so far.
When you think you have pushed as far as you can go, push harder. This genie is not going back in the bottle.
Okay, we got research more shit. Rest. Gotta get these two. And life finds a way. Shut up. Let's go back with the novel. Okay, so right now we got the park up and running. We need surveillance here.
Covering patrol. Understood.
This will make me economically ruined. Research. Do I even have a Gigantosaurus? The park can run itself. must check something. Research. Wait, what about the scientists? No, all of them are good. Wait, some of them need something. Let's get the T-Rex in here, right? Why wouldn't we? Our income has just disappeared from our banks. Nice. Okay. Let's research the dinosaur. You'll learn that there's more forest for you, so chill. Okay. We're good. He'll be content, don't worry. Okay. So have that. Now what? Give me pause.
They choke and die, she said. Yeah, Tim said. Me too. Up ahead, they saw the boat on the shore. Grant looked at his watch. It was 8:30. He now had 2.5 hours to get back. Lex cheered as they drifted beyond the silver aviary dome. Then the banks of the river closed in on both sides, the trees meeting overhead once more. The river was narrower than ever, in some places only 10 feet wide, and the current flowed very fast. Lex reached up to touch the branches as they went past. Grant sat back in the raft and listened to the gurgle of the water through the warm rubber. They were moving fast now, the branches overhead slipping by more rapidly. It was pleasant. It gave a little breeze in the hot confines of the overhanging and it meant they would get back that much sooner. Grant couldn't guess how far they'd come, but it must be several miles at least from the sauropod building where they had spent the night. Perhaps 4 or 5 miles, maybe even more. That meant they might be only an hour's walk from the hotel once they left the raft. But after the aviary, Grant was in no hurry to leave the river again. For the moment, they were making good time. I wonder how Ralph is, Lex said. He's probably dead or something. I'm sure he's fine. I wonder if he'd let me ride him. She sighed, sleepy in the sun. That would be fun, to ride Ralph. Tim said to Grant, "Remember back at the Stegosaurus last night?" "Yes." "How come you asked them about frog DNA?" "Because of the breeding," Grant said. "They can't explain why the dinosaurs are breeding, since they irradiate them and since they're all females." "Right. Well, irradiation is notoriously unreliable. Probably doesn't work. I think that'll eventually be shown here. But there is still the problem of the dinosaurs being female. How can they breed when they're all female?" "Right," Tim said. "Well, across the animal kingdom, sexual reproduction exists in extraordinary variety." "Tim's very interested in sex," Lex said. They both ignored her. "For example," Grant said, "many animals have sexual reproduction without ever having what we would call sex. The male releases a spermatophore, which contains the sperm, and the female picks it up at a later time. This kind of exchange does not require quite as much physical differentiation between male and female as we usually think exists. Male and female are more alike in some animals than they are in human beings." Tim nodded. "But what about the frogs?" Grant heard sudden shrieks from the trees above as the Microceratopsians scattered in alarm, shaking the branches. The big head of the Tyrannosaur lunged through the foliage from the left, the jaws snapping at the raft. Lex howled in terror, and Grant paddled away toward the opposite bank, but the river here was only 10 feet wide. The Tyrannosaur was caught in the heavy growth. It butted and twisted its head and roared. Then it pulled its head back. Through the trees that lined the riverbank, they saw the huge dark form of the Tyrannosaur moving north.
I'm gonna hit pause for a second. I gotta get some money. Back. Wasn't gone too long. What time is it? Let's save this point.
Sudden shrieks from the trees above as the Microceratopsians scattered in alarm, shaking the branches. The big head of the Tyrannosaur lunged through the foliage from the left, the jaws snapping at the raft. Lex howled in terror, and Grant paddled away toward the opposite bank, but the river here was only 10 feet wide. The Tyrannosaur was caught in the heavy growth. It butted and twisted its head and roared. Then it pulled its head back. Through the trees that lined the riverbank, they saw the huge dark form of the Tyrannosaur moving north, looking for a gap in the trees that lined the bank. The Microceratopsians had all gone to the opposite bank, where they shrieked and scampered and jumped up and down. In the raft, Grant, Tim, and Lex stared helplessly as the Tyrannosaur tried to break through again. But the trees were too dense along the banks of the river. The Tyrannosaur again moved downstream ahead of the boat and tried again, shaking the branches furiously. But again it failed. Then it moved off, heading farther downstream. "I hate him," Lex said. Grant sat back in the boat, beckoned. If the Tyrannosaur had broken through, there was nothing he could have done to save them. The river was so narrow that it was hardly wider than the raft. It was like being in a tunnel. The rubber gunnels often scraped on the mud as the boat was pulled along by the swift current. He glanced at his watch. Almost 9. The raft continued downstream. "Hey," Lex said. "Listen." He heard snarling, interspersed by a repeated hooting cry. The cries were coming from beyond a curve farther downriver. He listened and heard the hooting again. "What is it?" Lex said. "I don't know," Grant said, "but there's more than one of them." He paddled the boat to the opposite bank, grabbed a branch to stop the raft. The snarling was repeated, then more hooting. "It sounds like a bunch of owls," Tim said. Malcolm groaned. "Isn't it time for more morphine yet?" "Not yet," Ellie said. "How much water have we got here?" "I don't know. There's plenty of running water from the tap." "No, I mean, how much stored? Any?" Ellie shrugged. "None." "Go into the rooms on this floor," Malcolm said, "and fill the bathtubs with water." Ellie frowned. "Also," Malcolm said, "have we got any walkie-talkies? Flashlights, matches, sterno stoves, things like that?" "I'll look around. You planning for an earthquake?" "Something like that," Malcolm said. "Malcolm effect implies catastrophic changes." "But Arnold says all the systems are working perfectly." "That's when it happens," Malcolm said. Ellie said, "You don't think much of Arnold, do you?" "He's all right. He's an engineer. Wu's the same. They're both technicians. They don't have intelligence. They have what I call thin intelligence. They see the immediate situation. They think narrowly, and they call being focused. They don't see the surround. They don't see the consequences. That's how you get an island like this, from thin, intelligent thinking. Because you cannot make an animal and not expect it to act alive, to be unpredictable, to escape. But they don't see that." "Don't you think it's just human nature?" Ellie said. "God, no," Malcolm said. "That's like saying scrambled eggs and bacon for breakfast is human nature. It's nothing of the sort. It's uniquely Western training. And much of the rest of the world is nauseated by the thought of it." He winced in pain. "Oh, the morphine's making me philosophical." "You want some water?" "No. I'll tell you the problem with engineers and scientists. Scientists have an elaborate line of bullshit about how they are seeking to know the truth about nature, which is true, but that's not what drives them. Nobody is driven by abstractions like seeking truth. Scientists are actually preoccupied with accomplishment. So they are focused on whether they can do something. They never stop to ask if they should do something. They conveniently define such considerations as pointless. If they don't do it, someone else will. Discovery, they believe, is inevitable, so they just try to do it first. That's the game in science. Even pure scientific discovery is an aggressive, penetrative act. It takes big equipment, and it literally changes the world afterward. Particle accelerators scar the land and leave radioactive byproducts. Astronauts leave trash on the moon. There's always some proof that scientists were there, making their discoveries. Discovery is always a rape of the natural world, always. The scientists want it that way. They have to stick their instruments in, they have to leave their mark. They can't just watch. They can't just appreciate. They can't just fit into the natural order. They have to make something unnatural happen. That is the scientist's job. And now we have whole societies that try to be scientific. He sighed and sank back. Ellie said, "Don't you think you're overstating? What does one of your excavations look like a year later?" "Pretty bad," she admitted. "You don't replant? You don't restore the land after you dig?" "No." "Why not?" She shrugged. "There's no money, I guess." There's only enough money to dig, but not to repair. Well, we're just working in the Badlands. Just the Badlands, Malcolm said, shaking his head. Just trash, just byproducts, just side effects. I'm trying to tell you that scientists want it this way. They want byproducts and trash and scars and side effects. It's a way of reassuring themselves. It's built into the fabric of science, and it's increasingly a disaster. Then what's the answer? Get rid of the intelligent ones. Take them out of power. But then we'd lose all the advances. What advances? Hours women devote to housework has not changed since 1930, despite all the advances. All the vacuum cleaners, washer dryers, trash compactors, garbage disposals, wash and wear fabrics. Why does it still take as long to clean the house as it did in 1930? Ellie said nothing. Because there haven't been any advances, Malcolm said. Not really. 30,000 years ago, when men were doing cave paintings at Lascaux, they worked 20 hours a week to provide themselves with food and shelter and clothing. The rest of the time they could play or sleep or do whatever they wanted. And they lived in a natural world with clean air, clean water, beautiful trees and sunsets. Think about it, 20 hours a week, 30,000 years ago. Ellie said, "You want to turn back the clock?" "No," Malcolm said. "I want people to wake up. We've had 400 years of modern science, and we ought to know by now what it's good for and what it's not good for. It's time for a change. Before we destroy the planet," she said. He sighed and closed his eyes. "Oh dear," he said. "That's the last thing I would worry about." In the dark tunnel of the jungle river, Grant went hand over hand, holding branches, moving the raft cautiously forward. He still heard the sounds, and finally he saw the dinosaurs. "Aren't those the ones that are poisoned?" "Yes," Grant said. "Dilophosaurus." Standing on the riverbank were two Dilophosaurs. The 10-foot-tall bodies were spotted yellow and black. Underneath, the bellies were bright green, like lizards. Twin red curving crests ran along the top of the head from the eyes to the nose, making a V shape above the head. The bird-like quality was reinforced by the way they moved, bending to drink from the river, then rising to snarl and hoot. Lex whispered, "Should we get out and walk?" Grant shook his head no. The Dilophosaurs were smaller than the Tyrannosaur, small enough to slip through the dense foliage at the banks of the river. They seemed quick as they snarled and hooted at each other. "But we can't get past them in the boat," Lex said. "They're poison." "We have to," Grant said. "Somehow." The Dilophosaurs continued to drink and hoot. They seemed to be interacting with each other in a strangely ritualistic, repetitive way. The animal on the left would bend to drink, opening its mouth to bear long rows of sharp teeth, and then it would hoot. The animal on the right would hoot in reply and bend to drink in a mirror image of the first animal's movements. Then the sequence would be repeated exactly the same way. Grant noticed that the animal on the right was with smaller spots on its back, and its crest was a duller red. "I'll be damned," he said. "It's a mating ritual." "Can we get past them?" Tim asked. "The way they are now, they're right by the edge of the water." Grant knew animals often performed such mating rituals for hours at a time. They went without food. They paid attention to nothing else. He glanced at his watch. 9:20. "What do we do?" Tim said. Grant sighed. "I have no idea." He sat down in the raft, and then the Dilophosaurs began to honk and roar repeatedly in agitation. He looked up. The animals were both facing away from the river. "What is it?" Lex said. Grant smiled. "I think we're finally getting some help." He pushed off from the bank. "I want you two kids to lie flat on the rubber. We'll go past as fast as we can, but just remember, whatever happens, don't say anything. And don't move, okay?" The raft began to drift downstream toward the hooting Dilophosaurs. It gained speed. Lex lay at Grant, staring at him with frightened eyes. They were coming closer to the Dilophosaurs, which were still turned away from the river. But he pulled out his air pistol, checked the chamber. The raft continued on, and they smelled a peculiar odor, sweet and nauseating at the same time. It smelled like dried vomit. The hooting of the Dilophosaurs was louder. The raft came around the final bend, and Grant caught his breath. The Dilophosaurs were just a few feet away, honking at the trees beyond the river. As Grant had suspected, they were honking at the Tyrannosaur. The Tyrannosaur was trying to break through the foliage, and the Dillos hooted and stomped their feet in the mud. The raft drifted past them. The smell was nauseating. The Tyrannosaur roared, probably because it saw the raft. But in another moment, a thump. The raft stopped moving. They were aground against the riverbank, just a few feet downstream from the Dilophosaurs. Lex whispered, "Oh, great." There was a long, slow scraping sound of the raft against the mud. Then the raft was moving again. They were going down the river. The Tyrannosaur roared a final time and moved off. One Dilophosaur looked surprised, then hooted. The other Dilophosaur hooted in reply. The raft floated downriver. Tyrannosaur. The jeep bounced along in the glaring sun. Muldoon was driving with Gennaro at his side. They were in an open field moving away from the dense line of foliage and palm trees that marked the course of the river 100 yards to the east. They came to a rise, and Muldoon stopped the car. "Christ, it's hot," he said, wiping his forehead with the back of his arm. He drank from his knees, then offered it to Gennaro. Gennaro shook his head. He stared at the landscape shimmering in the morning heat. Then he looked down at the onboard computer and video monitor mounted in the dashboard. The monitor showed views of the park from remote cameras. Still no sign of Grant and the children, or of the Tyrannosaur. The radio crackled. "Muldoon?" Muldoon picked up the handset. "Yeah. You got your onboards? I found the Rex. He's in grid 442, going to 443. "Just a minute," Muldoon said, adjusting the monitor. "Yeah, I got him now. Following the river." The animal was slinking along the foliage that lined the banks of the river going north. "Take it easy with him, just immobilize him." "Don't worry," Muldoon said, squinting in the sun. "I won't hurt him." "Remember," Arnold said, "the Tyrannosaur is our main tourist attraction." Muldoon turned off his radio with a crackle of static. "Bloody fool," he said. "They're still talking about tourists." Muldoon started the engine. "Let's go see Rexy and give him a dose." The jeep jolted over the terrain. "You're looking forward to this," Gennaro said. "I've wanted to put a needle in this big bastard for a while," Muldoon said. "And there he is." They came to a wrenching stop. Through the windshield, Gennaro saw the Tyrannosaur directly ahead of them, moving among the palm trees along the river. Muldoon drained the whiskey bottle and threw it in the back seat. He reached back for his tubing. Gennaro looked at the video monitor which showed their jeep and the Tyrannosaur. There must be a closed-circuit camera in the trees somewhere behind. "You want to help?" Muldoon said. "You can break out those canisters by your feet." Gennaro bent over and opened a stainless steel Halliburton case. It was padded inside with foam. 4 cylinders, each the size of a quart milk bottle, were nestled in the foam. They were all labeled Moro 709. He took one out. "You snap off the tip and screw on a needle," Muldoon explained. Gennaro found a plastic package of large needles, each the diameter of his fingertip. He screwed one onto the canister. The opposite end of the canister had a circular lead weight. "That's the plunger. Compresses on impact." Muldoon sat forward with the air rifle across his knees. It was made of heavy gray tubular metal and looked to Gennaro like a bazooka or a rocket launcher. "What's Moro 709? "Standard animal trank," Muldoon said. "Zoos around the world use it. We'll try 1,000 cc's to start." Muldoon cracked open the chamber, which was large enough to insert his fist. He slipped the canister into the chamber and closed it. "That should do it," Muldoon said. "Standard elephant gets about 200 cc's, but they're only 2 or 3 tons each. Tyrannosaurus Rex is 8 tons, and a lot meaner. That matters to the dose." "Why?" "Animal dose is partly body weight and partly temperament. You shoot the same dose of 709 into an elephant, a hippo, and a rhino, you'd immobilize the elephant so it just stands there like a statue. You'll slow down the hippo so it gets kind of sleepy, but it keeps moving. And the rhino will just get fighting mad. But on the other hand, You chase a rhino for more than 5 minutes in a car and he'll drop dead from adrenaline shock. Strange combination of tough and delicate. Muldoon drove slowly toward the river, moving closer to the Tyrannosaur. But those are all mammals. We know a lot about handling mammals because zoos are built around the big mammalian attractions. Lions, tigers, bears, elephants. We know a lot less about reptiles. And nobody knows anything about dinosaurs. The dinosaurs are new animals. You consider them reptiles? Gennaro said. No, Muldoon said. Consider them reptiles? Gennaro said. No, Muldoon said, shifting gears. Dinosaurs don't fit existing categories. He swerved to avoid a rock. Actually, what we find is that dinosaurs were as variable as mammals are today. Some dinos are tame and cute, and some are mean and nasty. Some of them see well, and some of them don't. Some of them are stupid, and some of them are very, very intelligent. Like the raptors? Gennaro said. Muldoon nodded. Raptors are smart. Very smart. Believe me, all the problems we have so far, he said, are nothing compared with what we'd have if the raptors ever got out of their holding pen. I think this is as close as we can get to our Rexy. Up ahead, the Tyrannosaur was poking its head through the branches, peering toward the river, trying to get through. Then the animal moved a few yards downstream to try again. Wonder what he sees in there. Jimmy's trying to get to the Microceratopsians and scramble around in the branches. They'll run him a merry chase. Muldoon stopped the Jeep about 50 yards away from the Tyrannosaur and turned the vehicle around. He left the motor running. Get behind the wheel, Muldoon said, and put your seatbelt on. He took another canister and hooked it onto his shirt. Then he got out. Gennaro slid behind the wheel. You done this very often before? Muldoon belched. Never. Now try to get him just behind the Auditory Meatus. We'll see how it goes from there. He walked 10 yards behind the Jeep and crouched down in the grass on one knee. He steadied the big gun against his shoulder and flipped up the thick telescopic sight. Muldoon aimed at the Tyrannosaur, which still ignored them. There was a burst of pale gas, and Gennaro saw a white streak shoot forward in the air toward the Tyrannosaur, but nothing seemed to happen. Then the Tyrannosaur turned slowly, curiously, to peer at them. It moved its head from side to side, as if looking at them with alternate eyes. Muldoon had taken down the launcher and was loading the second canister. You hit him? Gennaro said. Muldoon shook his head. Missed. Damn laser sights. See if there's a battery in the case. A what? Gennaro said. A battery, Muldoon said. It's about as big as your finger. Gray markings. Gennaro bent over to look in the steel case. He felt the vibration of the Jeep, heard the motor ticking over. He didn't see a battery. The Tyrannosaur roared. To Gennaro, it was a terrifying sound, rumbling from the great chest cavity of the animal, bellowing out over the landscape. He sat up sharply and reached for the steering wheel, put his hand on the gear shift. On the radio, he heard a voice say, Muldoon, this is Arnold. Get out of there. Over. I know what I'm doing, Muldoon said. The Tyrannosaur charged. Muldoon stood his ground. Despite the creature racing toward him, he slowly and methodically raised his launcher, aimed, and fired. Once again, Gennaro saw the puff of smoke and the white streak of the canister going toward the animal. Nothing happened. The Tyrannosaur continued to charge. Now Muldoon was on his feet and running, shouting, Go! Go! Gennaro put the Jeep in gear, and Muldoon threw himself onto the side door as the Jeep lurched forward. The Tyrannosaur was closing rapidly, and Muldoon swung the door open and climbed inside. Go! Damn it, go! Gennaro floored it. The Jeep bounced precariously, the front end nosing so high they saw only sky through the windshield, then slamming down again toward the ground and racing forward again. Gennaro headed for a stand of trees to the left, until in the rearview mirror, he saw the Tyrannosaur give a final roar and turn away. Gennaro slowed the car. Jesus! Muldoon was shaking his head. I could have sworn I hit him the second time. I'd say you missed, Gennaro said. Needle must have broken off before the plunger injected. Admit it, you missed. Yeah, Muldoon said. He sighed. I missed. Battery was dead in the damn laser sights. My fault. I should have checked it after it was out all last night. Let's go back and get more canisters. The jeep headed north toward the hotel. Muldoon picked up the radio. Control? Yes? We're heading back to base. The river was now very narrow and flowing swiftly. The raft was going faster all the time. It was starting to feel like an amusement park ride. Whee! Lex yelled, holding onto the gunnel. Faster! Faster! Grant squinted, looking forward. The river was still narrow and dark, but farther ahead he could see the trees ended. There was bright sunlight beyond, and a distant roaring sound. The river seemed to end abruptly in a peculiar flat line. The raft was going still faster, rushing forward. Grant grabbed for his paddles. What is it? It's a waterfall, Grant said. The raft swept out of the overhanging darkness into brilliant morning sunlight and raced forward on the swift current toward the lip of the waterfall. The roar was loud in their ears. Grant paddled as strongly as he could, but he only succeeded in spinning the boat in circles. It continued inexorably toward the lip. Lex leaned toward him. I can't swim! Grant saw that she did not have her life vest clasped, but there was nothing he could do about it. With frightening speed, they came to the edge, and the roar of the waterfall seemed to fill the world. Grant jammed his oar deep into the water, felt it catch and hold right in the lip. The rubber raft shuddered in the current, but they did not go over. Grant strained against the oar, and looking over the edge, saw the sheer drop of 50 feet down to the surging pool below. And standing in the surging pool, waiting for them, was the Tyrannosaur. Lex was screaming in panic, and then the boat spun, and the rear end dropped away, spilling them out into air and roaring water, and they fell sickeningly. Grant flailed his arms in the air, and the world went suddenly silent and slow. It seemed to him he fell for long minutes. He had time to observe Lex, clutching her orange jacket, falling alongside him. He had time to observe Tim, looking down at the bottom. He had time to observe the frozen white sheet of the waterfall. He had time to observe the bubbling pool beneath him as he fell slowly, silently toward it. Then, with a stinging slap, Grant plunged into cold water, surrounded by white boiling bubbles. He tumbled and spun, and glimpsed the leg of the Tyrannosaur as he swirled past it, swept down through the pool and out into the stream beyond. Grant swam for the shore, clutched warm rocks, slipped off, caught a branch, and finally pulled himself out of the main current. Gasping, he dragged himself on his belly onto the rocks, and looked at the river just in time to see the brown rubber raft tumble past him. Then he saw Tim battling the current, and he reached out and pulled him, coughing and shivering, onto the shore beside him. Grant turned back to the waterfall, and saw the Tyrannosaur plunge its head straight down into the water of the pool at his feet. The great head shook, splashing water to either side. It had something between its teeth. And then the Tyrannosaur lifted its head back up. Dangling from the jaws was Lex's orange life vest. A moment later, Lex bobbed to the surface beside the dinosaur's long tail. She lay face down in the water. Her little body swept downstream by the current. Grant plunged into the water after her, was again immersed in the churning torrent. A moment later, he pulled her up onto the rocks, a heavy, lifeless weight. Her face was gray. Water poured from her mouth. Grant bent over her to give her mouth to mouth, but she coughed. Then she vomited yellow-green liquid and coughed again. Her eyelids fluttered. Hi, she said. She smiled weakly. We did it. Tim started to cry. She coughed again. Will you stop it? What are you crying for? Because we weren't worried about you, Grant said. Small flecks of white were drifting down the river. The Tyrannosaur was tearing up the life vest. Still turned away from them, facing the waterfall. But at any moment, the animal might turn and see them. Come on, kids, he said. Where are we going? Lex said, coughing. Come on. He was looking for a hiding place. Downstream, he saw only an open, grassy plain affording no protection. Upstream was a dinosaur. Then Grant saw a dirt path by the river. It seemed to lead up toward the waterfall. And in the dirt, he saw the clear imprint of a man's shoe, leading the path. The Tyrannosaur finally turned around, growling and looking out toward the grassy plain. It seemed to have figured out that they had gotten away. It was looking for them downstream. Grant and the kids ducked among the big ferns that lined the riverbanks. Cautiously, he led them upstream. Where are we going? Lex said. We're going back. I know. They were closer to the waterfall now, the roar much louder. The rocks became slippery, the path muddy. There was a constant hanging mist. It was like moving through a cloud. The path seemed to lead right into the rushing water, but as they came closer, they saw that it actually went behind the waterfall. The Tyrannosaur was still looking downstream, its back turned to them. They hurried along the path to the waterfall, and it almost moved behind the sheet of falling water when Grant saw the Tyrannosaur turn. Then they were completely behind the waterfall, and Grant was unable to see out through the silver sheet. Grant looked around in surprise. There was a little recess here, hardly larger than a closet, and filled with machinery, humming pumps and big filters and pipes. Everything was wet and cold. Did he see us? Lex said. She had to shout over the noise of the falling water. Where are we? What is this place? Did he see us? Just a minute, Grant said. He was looking at the equipment. This was clearly park machinery, and there must be electricity to run it. So perhaps there was also a telephone for communication. He poked among the filters and pipes. What are you doing? Lex shouted. Looking for a telephone. It was now nearly 10 a.m. They had just a little more than an hour to contact the ship before it reached the mainland. In the back of the recess, he found a metal door marked Maint 04, but it was firmly locked. Next to it was a slot for a security card. Alongside the door, he saw a row of metal boxes. He opened the boxes one after another, but they contained only switches and timers. No telephone, and nothing to open the door. He almost missed the box to the left of the door. On opening it, he found a 9-button keypad covered with spots of green mold, but it looked as if it was a way to open the door, and he had the feeling that on the other side of that door was a phone. Scratched in the metal of the box was the number 1023. He punched it in. With a hiss, the door came open. Gaping darkness beyond. Concrete steps leading downward. On the back wall, he saw stenciled Maint Vehicle 04/22 Charger and an arrow pointing down the stairs. Would it really mean there was a car? Come on, kids. Forget it, Lex said. I'm not going in there. Come on, Lex, Tim said. Forget it, Lex said. There's no lights or anything. I'm not going. Never mind, Grant said. There wasn't time to argue. Stay here and I'll be right back. Where are you going? Lex said, suddenly alarmed. Grant stepped through the door. It gave an electronic beep and snapped shut behind him on a spring. Grant was plunged into total darkness. After a moment of surprise, he turned to the door and felt its damp surface. There was no knob, no latch. He turned to the walls on either side of the door, feeling for a switch, a control box, anything at all. There was nothing. He was fighting panic when his fingers closed over a cold metal cylinder. He ran his hands over a swelling edge, a flat surface, a flashlight. He clicked it on, and the beam was surprisingly bright. He looked back at the door, but saw that it would not open. He would have to wait for the kids to unlock it. Meantime, he started for the steps. They were damp and slippery with mold, and he went down carefully. Part way down the stairs, he heard a sniffing and the sound of claws scratching on concrete. He took out his dart pistol and proceeded cautiously. The steps bent around the corner, and as he shone his light, an odd reflection glinted back. And then, a moment later, he saw it. A car. It was an electric car like a golf cart, and it faced a long tunnel that seemed to stretch away for miles. A bright red light glowed by the steering wheel of the car, so perhaps it was charged. Grant heard the sniffing again, and he wheeled and saw a pale shape rise up toward him, leaping through the air, its jaws open, and without thinking, Grant fired. The animal landed on him, knocking him down, and he rolled away in fright, his flashlight swinging wildly, but the animal didn't get up, and he felt foolish when he saw it. It was a velociraptor, but very young, less than a year old. It was about 2 feet tall, the size of a medium dog, and it lay on the ground, breathing shallowly, the dart sticking from beneath its jaw. It was probably too much anesthetic for its body weight, and Grant pulled the dart out quickly. The velociraptor looked at him with slightly glazed eyes. Grant had a clear feeling of intelligence from this creature, a kind of softness which contrasted strangely with the menace he had felt from the adults in the pen. He stroked the head of the velociraptor, hoping to calm it. He looked down at the body, which was shivering slightly as the tranquilizer took hold. And then he saw it was a male. A young juvenile and a male. There was no question what he was seeing. This velociraptor had been bred in the wild. Excited by this development, he hurried back up the stairs to the door. With his flashlight, he scanned the flat, featureless surface of the door and the interior walls. As he ran his hands over the door, it slowly dawned on him that he was locked inside and unable to open it unless the kids had the presence of mind to open it for him. He could hear them faintly on the other side of the door. "Dr. Grant!" Lex shouted, pounding the door. "Dr. Grant!" "Take it easy," Tim said. "He'll be back." "But where did he go?" "Listen, Dr. Grant knows what he's doing," Tim said. "He'll be back in a minute." "He should come back now," Lex said. She bunched her fists on her hips, pushed her elbows wide. She stamped her foot angrily. And then, with a roar, the Tyrannosaur's head burst through the waterfall toward them. Tim stared in horror as the big mouth gaped wide. Lex shrieked and threw herself on the ground. The head swung back and forth and pulled out again. But Tim could see the shadow of the animal's head on the sheet of falling water. He pulled Lex deeper into the recess, just as the jaws burst through again, roaring, the thick tongue flicking in and out rapidly. Water sprayed in all directions from the head. Then it pulled out again. Lex huddled next to Tim, shivering. "I hate him," she said. She huddled back, but the recess was only a few feet deep and crammed with machinery. There wasn't any place for them to hide. The head came through the water again, but slowly this time, and the jaw came to rest on the ground. The Tyrannosaur snorted, flaring its nostrils, breathing the air. But the eyes were still outside the sheet of water. Tim thought, he can't see us. He knows we're in here, but he can't see through the water. The Tyrannosaur sniffed. "What is he doing?" Lex said again. "Shh." With a low growl, the jaws slowly opened, and the tongue snaked out. It was thick and blue-black, with a little forked indentation at the tip. It was 4 feet long and easily reached back to the far wall of the recess. The tongue slid with a rasping scrape over the filter cylinders. Tim and Lex pressed back against the pipes. The tongue moved slowly to the left, then to the right, slapping wetly against the machinery. The tip curled around the pipes and valves, sensing them. Tim saw that the tongue had muscular movements like an elephant's trunk. The tongue drew back along the right side of the recess. It dragged against Lex's legs. "Ew," Lex said. The tongue stopped. It curled, then began to rise like a snake up the side of her body. "Don't move," Tim whispered. Past her face, then up along Tim's shoulder, and finally wrapping around his head. Tim squeezed his eyes shut as the slimy muscle covered his face. It was hot and wet, and it stunk like urine. Wrapped around him, the tongue began to drag him very slowly toward the open jaws. "Timmy!" Tim couldn't answer. His mouth was covered by the flat black tongue. He could see, but he couldn't talk. Lex tugged at his hand. "Come on, Timmy!" The tongue dragged him toward the snorting mouth. He felt the hot, panting breath on his legs. Lex was tugging at him, but she was no match for the muscular power that held him. Tim let go of her and pressed the tongue with both hands, trying to shove it over his head. He couldn't move it. He dug his heels into the muddy ground, but he was dragged forward anyway. Lex had wrapped her arms around his waist and was pulling backwards, shouting to him, but he was powerless to do anything. He was beginning to see stars. A kind of peacefulness overcame him, a sense of peaceful inevitability as he was dragged along. "Timmy!" And then suddenly the tongue relaxed and uncoiled. Tim felt it slipping off his face. His body was covered in disgusting white foamy slime, and the tongue fell limply to the ground. The jaws slapped shut, biting down on the tongue. Dark blood gushed out, mixing with the mud. The nostrils still snorted in ragged breaths. "What's he doing?" Lex cried. And then, very slowly, the head began to slide backward, out of the recess, leaving a long scrape in the mud. And finally it disappeared entirely, and they could see only the silver sheet of falling water. Control. "Okay," Arnold said in the control room. The Rex is down. He pushed back in his chair and grinned as he lit a final cigarette and crumpled the pack. That did it. The final step in putting the park back in order. Now all they had to do was go out and move it. Son of a bitch, Muldoon said, looking at the monitor. I got him after all. He turned to Gennaro. It just took him an hour to feel it. Henry Wu frowned at the screen. But he could drown in that position. He won't drown, Muldoon said. Never seen an animal that was harder to kill. I think we have to go out and move him, Arnold said. We will, Muldoon said. He didn't sound enthusiastic. That's a valuable animal. I know it's a valuable animal, Muldoon said. Arnold turned to Gennaro. He couldn't resist a moment of triumph. I point out to you, he said, that the park is now completely back to normal. Whatever Malcolm's mathematical model said was going to happen, we are completely under control again. Gennaro pointed to the screen behind Arnold's head and said, "What's that?" Arnold turned. It was the system status box in the upper corner of the screen. Ordinarily, it was empty. Arnold was surprised to see that it was now blinking yellow. Auxiliary power low. For a moment, he didn't understand. Why should auxiliary power be low? They were running on main power, not auxiliary power. He thought perhaps it was just a routine status check on the auxiliary power, perhaps a check on the fuel tank levels or the battery charge. Henry, Arnold said to Wu, look at this. Wu said, why are you running on auxiliary power? I'm not, Arnold said. It looks like you are. I can't be. Print the system status log, Wu said. The log was a record of the system over the last few hours. Arnold pressed the button, and they heard the hum of a printer in the corner. Wu walked over to it. Arnold stared at the screen. The box now turned from flashing yellow to red, and the message now read, auxiliary power fail. Numbers began to count backward from 20. What the hell is going on? Arnold said. Cautiously, Tim moved a few yards out along the muddy path into the sunshine. He peered around the waterfall and saw the Tyrannosaur lying on its side, floating in the pool of water below. I hope he's dead, Lex said. Tim could see he wasn't. The dinosaur's chest was still moving, and one forearm twitched in spasms. But something was wrong with him. Then Tim saw the white canister sticking in the back of the head by the indentation of the ear. He's been shot with a dart, Tim said. Good, Lex said. He practically ate us. Tim watched the labored breathing. He felt unexpectedly distressed to see the huge animal humbled like this. He didn't want it to die. It's not his fault, he said. Oh, sure, Lex said. He practically ate us, and it's not his fault. He's a carnivore. He was just doing what he does. You wouldn't say that, Lex said, if you were in his stomach right now. Then the sound of the waterfall changed. From a deafening roar, it became softer, quieter. The thundering sheet of water thinned, became a trickle, and stopped. Timmy, the waterfall stopped, Lex said. It was now just dripping like a tap that wasn't completely turned off. The pool at the base of the waterfall was still. They stood near the top in the cave-like indentation filled with machinery looking down. Waterfalls aren't supposed to stop, Lex said. Tim shook his head. It must be the power. Somebody turned off the power. Behind them, all the pumps and filters were shutting down, one after another, the lights blinking off, and the machinery becoming quiet. And then there was the thunk of a solenoid releasing, and the door marked Mate 04 swung slowly open. Grant stepped out, blinking in the light, and said, Good work, kids. You got the door open. We didn't do anything, Lex said. The power went out, Tim said. Never mind that, Grant said. Come and see what I've found. Arnold stared in shock. One after another, the monitors went black, and then the room lights went out, plunging the control room into darkness and confusion. Everyone started yelling at once. Muldoon opened the blinds and let light in, and Wu brought over the printout. Look at this, Wu said. You shut down at 5:13 this morning, and when you started back up, you started with auxiliary power. Jesus, Arnold said. Apparently main power had not been on since shutdown. When he powered back up, only the auxiliary power came on. Arnold was thinking that was strange when he suddenly realized that was normal. That was what was supposed to happen. It made perfect sense. The auxiliary generator fired up first, and it was used to turn on the main generator because it took a heavy charge to start the main power generator. That was the way the system was designed. But Arnold had never before had occasion to turn the main power off. And when the lights and screens came back on in the control room, it never occurred to him that main power hadn't also been restored. But it hadn't. And all during the time since then, while they were looking for the wrecks and doing one thing and another, the park had been running on auxiliary power. And that wasn't a good idea. In fact, the implications were just beginning to hit him. What does this line mean? Muldoon said, pointing to the list. 05 hours, 14 minutes, 57 seconds. Warning, fence status, NB. Operative, auxiliary power, AV09. It means a system status warning was sent to the monitors in the control room, Arnold said, concerning the fences. Did you see that one?
Give me a sec. Okay, let me save there. Okay. Venusaur's gonna be here. And Giganta right here. Perfect, okay. Let's hope we finish.
To the monitors in the control room, Arnold said, concerning the fences. Did you see that warning? Arnold shook his head. No, I must have been talking to you in the field. Anyway, no, I didn't see it. What does it mean, warning fence status? Well, I didn't know it at the time, but we were running on backup power, Arnold said. And backup doesn't generate enough amperage to power the electrified fences, so they were automatically kept off. Muldoon scowled. The electrified fences were off? Yes. All of them since 5 this morning for the last 5 hours? Yes. Including the velociraptor fences? Including the velociraptor fences? Arnold sighed. Yes. Jesus Christ, Muldoon said. 5 hours. Those animals could be out. And then, from somewhere in the distance, they heard a scream. Muldoon began to talk very fast. He went around the room handing out the portable radios. Mr. Arnold is going to the maintenance shed to turn on main power. Dr. Wu, stay in the control room. You're the only other one who can work the computers. And Mr. Hammond, go back to the lodge. Don't argue with me. Go. Now, lock the gates and stay behind them until you hear from me. I'll help Arnold deal with the raptors. He turned to Gennaro. Like to live dangerously again? Not really, Gennaro said. He was very pale. Fine, then go with the others to the lodge. Muldoon turned away. That's it, everybody. Now move. Hammond whined. But what are you going to do to my animals? That's, said. The question is, what are they going to do to us? He went through the door and hurried down the hall toward his office. Gennaro fell into step alongside him. Change your mind? Muldoon growled. You'll need help, Gennaro said. I might. Muldoon went into the room marked Animal Supervisor, picked up the gray shoulder launcher, and unlocked a panel in the wall behind his desk. There were 6 cylinders and 6 canisters. The thing about these damn dinos, Muldoon said, is that they have distributed nervous systems. They don't die fast, even with a direct hit to the brain. And they're built solidly. Thick ribs make a shot to the heart dicey. And they're difficult to cripple in the legs or hindquarters. Slow bleeders, slow to die. He was opening the cylinders one after another and dropping in the canisters. He tossed a thick webbed belt to Gennaro. Put that on. Gennaro tightened the belt and Muldoon passed him the shells. About all we can hope to do is blow them apart. Unfortunately, we've only got 6 shells here. There's 8 raptors in that fenced compound. Let's go. Stay close. You have the shells.
Check finished.
Muldoon went out and ran along the hallway, looking down over the balcony to the path leading toward the maintenance shed. Gennaro was puffing alongside him. They got to the ground floor, then went out to the glass doors, and Muldoon stopped. Arnold was standing with his back to the maintenance shed. 3 raptors approached him. Arnold had picked up a stick and he was waving it at them, shouting. The raptors fanned out as they came closer, one staying in the center, the other 2 moving to each side. Coordinated, smooth. Gennaro shivered. Hack behavior. Muldoon was already crouching, setting the launcher on his shoulder. Load, he said. Gennaro slipped the shell in the back of the launcher. There was an electric sizzle. Nothing happened. Christ, you've got it in backward, Muldoon said, tilting the barrel so the shell fell into Gennaro's hands. Gennaro loaded again. The raptors were snarling at Arnold when the animal on the left simply exploded, the upper part of the torso flying into the air, blood spattering like a burst tomato on the walls of the building. The lower torso collapsed on the ground, the legs kicking in the air, the tail flopping. That'll wake him up, Muldoon said. Arnold ran for the door of the maintenance shed. The velociraptors turned and started toward Muldoon and Gennaro. They fanned out as they came closer. In the distance, somewhere near the lodge, he heard screams. Gennaro said, "This could be a disaster." "Load," Muldoon said. Henry Wu heard the explosions and looked toward the door of the control room. He circled around the consoles, then paused. He wanted to go out, but he knew he should stay in the room. If Arnold was able to get the power back on, if only for a minute, then Wu could restart the main generator. He had to stay in the room. He heard someone screaming. It sounded like Muldoon. Muldoon felt a wrenching pain in his ankle, tumbled down an embankment and hit the ground running. Looking back, he saw Gennaro running in the other direction, into the forest. The raptors were ignoring Gennaro, but pursuing Muldoon. They were now less than 20 yards away. Muldoon screamed at the top of his lungs as he ran, wondering vaguely where the hell he could go. Because he knew he had perhaps 10 seconds before they got him. 10 seconds, maybe less. Ellie had to help Malcolm turn over as Harding jabbed the needle and injected morphine. Malcolm sighed and collapsed back. It seemed he was growing weaker by the minute. Over the radio, they heard tinny screaming and muffled explosions coming from the visitor center. Hammond came into the room and said, "How is he?" "He's holding," Harding said, "a bit delirious." "I am nothing of the sort," Malcolm said. "I am utterly clear." They listened to the radio. "It sounds like a war out there." "The raptors got out," Hammond said. "Did they?" Malcolm said, breathing shallowly. "How could that possibly happen?" "It was a system screw-up. Arnold didn't realize that the auxiliary power was on, and the fences cut out." "Did they?" "Who the hell, you supercilious bastard?" "If I remember," Malcolm said, "I predicted fence integrity would fail." Hammond sighed and sat down heavily. "Damn it all," he said, shaking his head. "It must surely not have escaped your notice that at heart what we are attempting here is an extremely simple idea. My colleagues and I determined several years ago that it was possible to clone the DNA of an extinct animal and to grow it. That seemed to us a wonderful idea. It was a kind of time travel, the only time travel in the world. Bring them back alive, so to speak. And since it was so exciting, and since it was possible to do it, we decided to go forward. We got this island, and we proceeded. It was all very simple." "Simple?" Malcolm said. Somehow he found the energy to sit up in the bed. "Simple? Simple? You're a bigger fool than I thought you were. And I thought you were a very substantial fool." Ellie said, "Dr. Malcolm," and tried to ease him back down, but Malcolm would have none of it. He pointed toward the radio, the shouts and the cries. "What is that going on out there?" he said. "That's your simple idea. Simple. You create new life forms about which you know nothing at all. Your Dr. Wu does not even know the names of the things he is creating. He cannot be bothered with such details as what the thing is called, let alone what it is. You create many of them in a very short time. You never learn anything about them. Yet you expect them to do your bidding. Because you made them, and you therefore think you own them. You forget that they are alive. They have an intelligence of their own, and they may not do your bidding. And you forget how little you know about them, how incompetent you are to do the things that you so frivolously call simple. Dear God," he sank back, coughing. "You know what's wrong with scientific power," Malcolm said. "It's a form of inherited wealth. And you know what assholes congenitally rich people are. It never fails." Hammond said, "What is he talking about?" Harding made a sign indicating delirium. Malcolm cocked his eye. "I will tell you what I am talking about," he said. "Most kinds of power require a substantial sacrifice by whoever wants the power. There is an apprenticeship, a discipline lasting many years. Whatever kind of power you want, president of the company, black belt in karate, spiritual guru, whatever it is you seek, you have to put in the time, the practice, the effort. You must give up a lot to get it. It has to be very important to you. And once you have attained it, it is your power. It can't be given away. It resides in you. It is literally the result of your discipline. Now, what is interesting about this process is that by the time someone has acquired the ability to kill with his bare hands, mature to the point where he won't use it unwisely. So that kind of power has a built-in control. The discipline of getting the power changes you so that you won't abuse it. But scientific power is like inherited wealth, attained without discipline. You read what others have done, and you take the next step. You can do it very young. You can make progress very fast. There is no discipline lasting many decades. There is no mastery. Old scientists are ignored. There is no humility before nature. There is only a get-rich-quick, make-a-name-for-yourself-fast philosophy. Cheat, lie, falsify, it doesn't matter. Not to you or to your colleagues. No one will criticize you. No one has any standards. They are all trying to do the same thing. To do something big and do it fast. And because you can stand on the shoulders of giants, you can accomplish something quickly. You don't even know exactly what you have done. But already you have reported it, patented it, and sold it. And the buyer will have even less discipline than you. The buyer simply purchases the power like any commodity. The buyer doesn't even conceive that any discipline might be necessary. Hammond said, "Do you know what he is talking about?" Ellie nodded. "I haven't a clue," Hammond said. "I'll make it simple," Malcolm said. A karate master does not kill people with his bare hands. He does not lose his temper and kill his wife. The person who kills is the person who has no discipline, no restraint, and who has purchased his power in the form of a Saturday night special. And that is the kind of power that science fosters and permits. And that is why you think that to build a place like this is simple. It was simple, Hammond insisted. Then why did it go wrong? Dizzy with tension, John Arnold threw open the door to the maintenance shed and stepped into the darkness inside. Jesus, it was black. He should have realized the lights would be out. He felt the cool air, the cavernous dimensions of the space, extending 2 floors below him. He had to find the catwalk. He had to be careful or he'd break his neck. The catwalk. He groped like a blind man until he realized it was futile. Somehow he had to get light into the shed. He went back to the door and cracked it open 4 inches. That gave enough light, but there was no way to keep the door open. Quickly, he kicked off his shoe and stuck it in the door. He went toward the catwalk, seeing it easily. He walked along the corrugated metal, hearing the difference in his feet. One loud, one soft, but at least he could see. Up ahead was a stairway leading down to the generators. Another 10 yards. Darkness. The light was gone. Arnold looked back to the door and saw the light was blocked by the body of a velociraptor. The animal bent over and carefully sniffed the shoe. Henry Wu paced. He ran his hands over the computer consoles. He touched the screens. He was in constant movement. He was almost frantic with tension. He reviewed the steps he would take. He must be quick. The first screen would come up and he would press... Whoa! The radio hissed. He grabbed for it. Yes, I'm here. Got any pressure? Where are you? No. Something odd about his voice. Something hollow. No, Wu said. He smiled, glad to know Muldoon was alive. I think Arnold made it to the shed, Muldoon said. After that, I don't know. Where are you? Wu said. I'm stuffed. What? Stuffed in a bloody pipe, Muldoon said. And I'm very popular at the moment. Wedged in a pipe was more like it, Muldoon thought. There had been a stack of drainage pipes piled behind the visitor center, and he backed himself into the nearest one, scrambling like a poor bastard. Meter pipes, very tight fit for him, but they couldn't come in after him. At least, not after he'd shot the leg off one, when the nosy bastard came too close to the pipe. The raptor had gone howling off, and the others were now respectful. His only regret was that he hadn't waited to see the snout at the end of the tube before he'd squeezed the trigger. But he might still have his chance, because there were 3 or 4 outside, snarling and growling around him. Yes, very popular, he said into the radio. Wu said, Does Arnold have a radio? Don't think so, Muldoon said. Just sit tight, wait it out. He hadn't seen what the other end of the pipe was like. He'd backed in too quickly, and he couldn't see now. He was wedged tight. He could only hope that the far end wasn't open. Christ, he didn't like the thought of one of those bastards taking a bite of his hindquarters. Arnold backed away down the catwalk. The Velociraptor was barely 10 feet away, stalking him, coming forward into the gloom. Arnold could hear the click of its deadly claws on the metal. But he was going slowly. He knew the animal could see well. Mechanical odors had made it cautious. That caution was his only chance, Arnold thought. If he could get to the stairs, and then move down to the floor below... Because he was pretty sure velociraptors couldn't climb stairs, certainly not narrow, steep stairs. Arnold glanced over his shoulder. The stairs were just a few feet away. Another few steps. He was there. Reaching back, he felt the railing, started scrambling down the almost vertical steps. His feet touched flat concrete. The raptor snarled in frustration 20 feet above him on the catwalk. "Too bad, buddy," Arnold said. He turned away. He was now very close to the auxiliary generator. Just a few more steps, and he would see it, even in this dim light. There was a dull thump behind him. Arnold turned. The raptor was standing there on the concrete floor, snarling. It had jumped down. He looked quickly for a weapon, but suddenly he found he was slammed onto his back on the concrete. Something heavy was pressing on his chest. It was impossible to breathe, and he realized the animal was standing on top of him. And he felt the big claws digging into the flesh of his chest and smelled the foul breath from the head moving above him. And he opened his mouth to scream. Ellie held the radio in her hands, listening. 2 more Tican workmen had arrived at the lodge. They seemed to know it was safe here, but there had been no others in the last few minutes, and it sounded quieter outside. Over the radio, Muldoon said, "How long has it been?" Wu said, 4 or 5 minutes. "Arnold should have done it by now," Muldoon said, "if he's going to. You got any ideas?" "No," Wu said. "We heard from Gennaro." Gennaro pressed the button. "I'm here." "Where the hell are you?" Muldoon said. "I'm going to the maintenance building," Gennaro said. "Wish me luck." Gennaro crouched in the foliage, listening. Directly ahead, he saw the planted pathway leading toward the visitor center. Gennaro knew the maintenance shed was somewhere to the east. He heard the chirping of birds. He heard the chirping of birds in the trees. A soft mist was blowing. One of the raptors roared, but it was some distance away. It sounded off to his right. Gennaro set out, leaving the path, plunging into the foliage. Like to live dangerously? Not really. It was true he didn't. But Gennaro thought he had a plan, or at least a possibility that might work. If he stayed north of the main complex of buildings, he could approach the maintenance shed from the rear. All the raptors were probably around the other buildings to the south. There was no reason for them to be in the jungle. At least, he hoped not. He moved as quietly as he could, unhappily aware he was making a lot of noise. He forced himself to slow his pace, feeling his heart pound. The foliage here was very dense. He couldn't see more than 6 or 7 feet ahead of him. He began to worry that he'd miss the maintenance shed entirely. But then he saw the roof to his right above the palms. He moved toward it, went around the side. He found the door, opened it, and slipped inside. It was very dark. He stumbled over something. A man's shoe. Gennaro frowned. He propped the door wide open and continued deeper into the building. He saw a catwalk directly ahead of him. Suddenly he realized he didn't know where to go, and he had left his radio behind. Damn! There might be a radio somewhere in the maintenance building. Or else he just looked for the generator. He knew what a generator looked like. Probably it was somewhere down on the lower floor. He found a staircase leading down. It was darker below, and it was difficult to see anything. He felt his way along among the pipes, holding his hands out to keep from banging his head. He heard an animal snarl and froze. He listened, but the sound did not come again. Something dripped on his shoulder, and on his bare arm. It was warm, like water. He touched it in the darkness. Sticky. He smelled it. Blood. He looked up. The raptor was perched on pipes just a few feet above his head. Blood was trickling from its claws. With an odd sense of detachment, he wondered if it was injured. And then he began to run, but the raptor jumped onto his back, pushing him to the ground. Gennaro was strong. He heaved up, knocking the raptor away, and rolled off across the concrete. When he turned back, he saw that the raptor had fallen on its side, where it lay, panting. Yes, it was injured. Its leg was hurt for some reason. Kill it! Gennaro scrambled to his feet, looking for a weapon. The raptor was still panting on the concrete. He looked frantically for something, anything, to use as a weapon. When he turned back, the raptor was gone. It snarled, the sound echoing in the darkness. Gennaro turned in a full circle, feeling with his outstretched hands, and then he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Teeth! It was biting him. The raptor jerked his head, and Donald Gennaro was yanked off his feet, and he fell. Lying in bed, soaked in sweat, Malcolm listened as the radio crackled. Anything? Muldoon said. You getting anything? No word, Wu said. Hell, Muldoon said. There was a pause. Malcolm sighed. I can't wait, he said, to hear his new plan. What I would like, Muldoon said, is to get everybody to the lodge and regroup. But I don't see how. There's a jeep in front of the visitor center, Wu said. If I drove over here, could you jump into it? Maybe, but you'd be a bad in the control room. I can't do anything here anyway. God knows that's true, Malcolm said. A control room without electricity is not much of a control room. All right, Muldoon said. Bye. This isn't looking good. Lying in his bed, Malcolm said, No, it's not looking good. It's looking like a disaster. Wu said, The raptors are going to follow us over there. We're still better off, Malcolm said. Let's go. The radio clicked off. Malcolm closed his eyes and breathed slowly, marshaling his strength. Just relax, Ellie said. Just take it easy. You know what we are really talking about here, Malcolm said. All this attempt to control. We are talking about Western attitudes that are 500 years old. They began at the time when Florence, Italy was the most important city in the world. The basic idea of science, that there was a new way to look at reality, that it was objective, that it did not depend on your beliefs or your nationality, that it was rational. That idea was fresh and exciting back then. It offered promise and hope for the future. And it swept away the old medieval system, which was hundreds of years old. The medieval world of feudal politics and religious dogma and hateful superstitions fell before science. But in truth, this was because the medieval world didn't really work anymore. It didn't work economically, it didn't work intellectually, and it didn't fit the new world that was emerging. Malcolm coughed. But now, he continued, science is the belief system that is hundreds of years old. And like the medieval system before it, science is starting not to fit the world anymore. Science has attained so much power that its practical limits begin to be apparent. Largely through science, billions of us live in one small world, densely packed and intercommunicating, but science cannot help us decide what to do with that world or to live. Science can make a nuclear reactor, but it cannot tell us not to build it. Science can make pesticide, but cannot tell us not to use it. And our world starts to seem polluted in fundamental ways, air and water and land, because of ungovernable science. He sighed. This much is obvious to everyone. There was Malcolm lay closed, his breathing labored. No one spoke, and it seemed to Ellie that Malcolm had finally fallen asleep. Then he sat up again abruptly.
That's it.
At the same
I think we've done all we can. We've optimized the compound as much as possible. It can support everything you wanted. The choice is all yours.
Well, ours. The choice is ours.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna second that, really.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you two. It would be foolish of me not to include you in what happens next. We don't want any missteps.
You know, I'd like to see what this facility is really capable of.
Me too. I think it can handle more dinosaurs.
Well, I know we can.
I'm proud of you both. This is Biosyn at its best.
Any dinosaurs we still need in the facility?
Let me check the research.
We've got to make sure we get them all. This is too great an opportunity to miss.
once in a lifetime, right? I mean, for the dinos and for us. With all that's happening, we still want to keep an eye on our dinosaur visibility and comfort ratings.
Agreed. Let's keep them on target.
Copies. Copies. Huh? Compy. Oh, fuck, we died. Don't worry. I perceive the future. I see that would happen. That's why I made an extra patch and not just added 1, but 4. Of course, we discreet of the amount of dinosaurs now we have. But do not worry, do not frighten. That was stupid of me. Why did I open or close that? Where's the helicopter? No. Why am I looking for a helicopter as a transport? Compies. Compies. Bunch of fucking compies. Dinosaurs, huh? How about a bunch of fucking compies? I bet you that will meet their expectations. Full amount of population? What about population control? That bullshit! Fuck that bullshit, bro. What other dinosaurs can we add? Of course, we can always add. Let's put more dinosaurs. And dilos, why not? You know, why not dilos? Dilophosauruses, you know? Okay. Yep. Hmm. No, if we add a bunch of compies, we'll be set, right? 10 batches of compies? Come on.
Asset being
It's
transported.
doable. It's doneable. Look. 5 fucking compies. We don't have a lot of money, my friend. So what the fuck am I doing? Spending a lot and nothing to. Of course, my income right now isn't going well. Economically, we are not in the best moments. Watch, see, 5 made a mass majority. See? Always go with compies. Always pump up the population with it. Like, there's a bunch of ground leaf, right? Yeah, there's a lot of ground leaf. They just have to get there. Hell yes. And we'll just make it percentage. Sheep, okay. There we go. And then they'll find water. Enough! Come on. Let's go. Let's go live. Let's go. Let's go. I hit pause on the novel book. So. Yep.
This facility, it's remarkable.
You can say that again.
Let's call it a biosyn sanctuary.
Although, that does sound like marketing rather than reality.
Well, reality is the one we make, right?
Even if it isn't accurate?
These dinosaurs are an asset to the world, one we need to share with it. However, we do this on our terms and our timelines.
We've done our best for the dinosaurs, and for Biosyn. We did our jobs, and we did them well. This is no time to be looking back.
Then we look forward to all the possibilities that we are about to share with the world.
To the future of biosyn genetics.
See, I finished. I'm gonna end the stream here. You guys know how it was. You guys seen it. Finished the campaign. I hope you guys enjoyed. See you guys next time on part 10. Probably gonna do the other campaign, and yeah, we'll be done. final series, or maybe I'll finish
Spearheaded
up.
by Louis Dodgson, Biosyn Genetics ushered in a new era of bioengineering, building a utopia for their dinosaur creations. But in the shadows, Dodgson was devising a more sinister plan. They were engineering prehistoric locusts, capable of destroying any crop or farmland not using Biosyn seeds. Doctors Ellie Sattler and Alan Grant discovered their plans and infiltrated Biosyn's restricted research area. They were able to collect the DNA evidence they needed to prove Biosyn's nefarious intent. Attempting to cover his tracks, Dodgson destroyed the evidence, causing a catastrophe in the valley. He would meet his own demise as a raging inferno tore through the area, putting all life at risk. Fortunately, most of the dinosaurs were saved and the fire was contained. The valley, however, remains a scorched landscape in need of healing, with Biosyn's legacy left hanging in the balance.
Oh, you gotta be kidding. Nah, bruh. Nah, bruh. Actually, it said completion complete. The fuck you doing to me? The fuck is this? Hell nah. What the fuck? Scorched Earth campaign? This wasn't in the deal. Nah, this wasn't a part of the deal.
I wasn't expecting it to be this bad.
With Dodgson out of the picture, the future could hold something amazing.
Such as?
A permanent, viable home for the dinosaurs.
I like the sound of that, Owen. We do have the experience to take this on.
There's one thing we don't do, it's easy.
You can say that again.
To really get this right, I think we're gonna need some help.
Funny you should mention that. I have just the right people in mind.
Yeah, me. Gotta save it, you know.
When I think about
Is it saved?
thing,
It is.
what really gets me the most is seeing these animals injured. The buildings, bank accounts, and egos can be rebuilt, but a dinosaur is a walking miracle of evolution and science.
They really are a miracle. Born of science and dogged determination. And sadly, a lot of sacrifice, too.
And we can't let that be for nothing. Where do we start?
We triage the situation. Find the dinosaurs most in need of medical care and treat them first.
Agreed. Then we focus on repairing what we can. It looks like the fire damage is minimal in some places.
Sounds good. Let's get started.
Fuck you. Fuck all of you. You son of bitches. Hydropower. Shut the fuck up. Okay, I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna continue later on. I'm gonna repair
We
this.
should get the essential systems back first. Let's start by repairing the hydropower hub.
Yes, right. Energy is the first step towards getting us back up and running.
Exactly. We sort that out, and we get our core buildings operational again.
Claire, I've just received a report about our transport teams. They're grounded for now by the weather. We can't move
Actually,
any
you know what? I'm gonna continue this. The campaign in part 10. I thought I
Source
finished
captured
it.
by the DFW.
Let's exit. But yeah, I thought I finished, you know? Yeah. What the hell is all this now? I haven't finished. What is this bullshit? Should just spawn more compies. Bruh. Cool to know. Cool to know. Well, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys very soon in the next part 10. Yeah. Leave a like and subscribe, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Bye.